heck was that? I heard something. Something exploded. Hello? Clearly, this was all planned. It was all how it intended to be. Well, we're back at it again. It's gonna be some, I don't know if I'd call it a variety horror night. Horror night, bleh. Turns out I don't know how to speak. But yeah. We're gonna be doing some spooky stuff. There's a lot of things that we got planned. Not for today. Just in general. Just as like an in general. Yeah, there was a bunch of indie games that I bumped into. Hello, Renegade Promotions. Welcome. I hope you're ready for a scare. At least I think. I'm pretty sure these are scary. Some spooky games for a spooky day. Even though we couldn't be any further from spooky season. It's gonna be a problem. I'm gonna burn up through like all these horror games, and then October will swing by, and I'll just be like, I got nothing. I'm out of luck. Nah, there's always something. There's always something. You just gotta scrounge up at the bottom. You gotta just dig deep. But these games are all by, I'm sure I'm gonna butcher it, but it's Gemezel. You'll figure it out. We'll find out together. But yeah, we got a couple games by him, and I thought, you know, why not? I was a little hung up yesterday, so I thought we'd swing by and do some nice, chill, spooky, horrific games. And just, you know, really ruin everyone's day. Just really bother everyone with horrific jump scares, I'm sure. It's gotta have some jump scares. I don't know how bad they'll be, though. You know, audio beware. That's my PSA. I usually adjust the sound accordingly, specifically for situations like this. Because yeah, like nothing's more annoying than just only like 1,000 times louder. The bass cranked up to 11. Just the worst imaginable sounds. But without further ado, couldn't hurt to jump into the game. Into this horrific experience of a missing hiker. At least that's the first game. I don't know if we're the missing hiker or we're looking for a missing hiker. Look, I haven't done my research. I never do. These games, they're like, bam, like that. Like I don't pay much attention to them. They catch my eye. But yes, we are finding /are a missing hiker. These games that I'm about to play are made by the same person. I will butcher their name repeatedly, but I'll let the credits roll and we can look at their name together. First of all, crank up the sensitive. No. We're gonna turn down the volume a smidge. Because if this is any type of horror game that I'm sure it's gonna be loud as all get out. And I'm trying to save. I'm doing it for you. I'm not doing it for me. I can mute my game. But yeah, I don't know anything about this game. The game that I did see that I wanted to play, and we're gonna get to, is I don't know if it's a sequel or if it's the continuation, but I just noticed that these games were kind of together, so I thought we'd experience them together. December 11th, 1994. Press any key. My brother Ethan is missing for around 24 hours. He went on a hiking trip near the Red Mountain. He should have come home yesterday. I went to the local police. They said they don't have the resources for a search right now. So I decided to take the matters into my own hands. Now, so this is the biggest issue I'm having with this game, is I swear I played a game similar to this already. Maybe I actually did play this game, which I don't mind doing. Perfect. Hang on, I'm turning around. My brother is gone. We'll never know if I have played this game or not. We've done a U-turn. This car handles like a dream. Look at this. Look, it turns on a dime. Skirt. Oh. I think I finally hit the invisible wall. Yeah. That's a far invisible wall. Oh. So something that I always like to do is break the game as fast as possible. So far, this game is bulletproof. I don't think it's possible. The closest is that I could probably jam the car. Was there something up in the tree? I thought I saw something in the trees, man. I thought I saw maybe it was just the moon. Yeah, look at it. Look at this. Turns on a dime. I cannot describe how perfect this car controls. Can I just get out whenever I want? It's so freaking dark. I can't see. Yeah, I feel like I played a game very similar to this, if not the exact game. So, but hey, they're kind of together, and so, you know, ain't nothing wrong with retreading old ground. I drove so far back from where we spawned. It's not my fault. Look at that. You can't even crash this car. It's so smooth. You can't crash. You can't do anything. It's like driving butter. Smooth jazz and butter. We have to find our brother, I guess. Or so I'm told. We have to find somebody. I'm just trying to be as swervy as possible. The moment we see oncoming traffic. There we go. Ugh. You died from a car crash. I don't know. You were like actively looking for them. I don't know. Now I can't even. The hardest part is that I still don't know if I've played this game specifically on like itch.io, because I feel like I would have done that in any game. December 11th, 1994. My brother Ethan is missing for around 24 hours. He went on a hiking trip near the Red Mountain. He should have come home yesterday. I went to the local police. They said they don't have the resources for a search right now. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. Part 2. Hey, we've been here twice. Maybe 3 times. It's just a nice calming drive. I feel like this was on itch.io. This is gonna bother the crap out of me. Because I don't remember for the life of me. Maybe it was under a different name. I gotta snap out of it, man. I also have to, like, not crash the car this time. We have to play it seriously. We gotta get our heads in the game. We gotta look for our brother. Also, isn't the rule of thumb is that, like, if they're gone for 24 hours, like, that's when you're allowed to do a search? It's kind of weird that it's the opposite here, where they're like, yeah, they don't have the resources. They just don't. They don't care. It's not a big deal. Just seems to be this quiet night. This quiet, snowy night. No, I'm just... I could have done it. I could have done it again. I could have crashed. No, we have to find our brother. I should park at the gas station to ask if they saw my brother. Perfect. Apparently I didn't park correctly. Hang on. Let me just get the... Oh. Okay. I see. Okay. Hang on. Let me just, Damn it. I gotta really park this bad boy. I gotta be a nice, considerate citizen. And... bingo. Oh, wow. It doesn't... Turns out the game knows what I'm trying to do. Okay, fair. Fair. Man, is it picky. Jeez, I'm just... Here, we'll blind everybody. Is this good? Fine. There. I can barely see my... Oh, there we go. I can barely see the car. I think I have played this game. It's very familiar. It doesn't matter, because again, we're... The heck was that? There any murderers out here? There any deadly killers? I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Oh, it was the door. It was the door. I didn't know. What do you want? I'm searching for my brother. He went missing while hiking in this area. Sorry to offend you, pal, but that's not my problem. And he just flips me off. Also, you shouldn't just randomly approach people like this. Especially in this area. What do you mean? Hey, look, man. I worked pretty late. I just want to grab some snacks and beers and drive home. I'm not in the mood to talk with people I don't know. I understand. Sorry for bothering you. And then I did this for the next 30 minutes. I don't mean to bother you, sir. Let me just... Is this bothering you? Does this seem to be a problem? Turns out, I have in fact bothered the man. I feel like you would be less bothered and just kind of worried if somebody just started doing this for like 10 minutes. Okay, well, there's only 2 people here. What can I do for you, sir? I'm searching for my brother. He was hiking around this area. He should have come home yesterday. Have you seen him? How does your brother look like? He has brown hair and is pretty tall. He also has a green backpack. Let me think for a second. Proceeds to take 10 years. Yeah, I think I saw your brother. He came in here and bought a few things. Some water and a few snacks. You're trying to find him? Have you told the police already? Yeah, I did in fact, but they said they don't have the resources for a search right now. They said they only start a search if a person is missing for more than 48 hours. They only search for a person if they're missing for 720 hours. I don't know why they never find them. It isn't the first time someone went missing in this area. At least a handful of people went missing there in the last decade. There's a lot of extremely loud cars. This is a very busy highway. People talk a lot. I've heard rumors that there are strange screams and weird noises coming from the woods. So you should be careful, especially going there at this time of night. There's a road right behind the gas station leading to the mountain. Make sure to stay on it. There could be dangerous wildlife in that area. Thanks. I'll make sure to stay safe. Take care. I'd also like to order 6 packs of cigarettes, whatever this is. It looks like a bottle of hot sauce, Insta ramen. I'm also doing my grocery shopping while I'm searching for my lost brother. I could just start meandering in the woods. Well, what's the worst that could happen? I just die? What if I just don't, you know? What if the wildlife gets me? What if I get lost? Nobody ever thought of that. We went to go search for them and then they got lost. Now we need to search for the searcher. Anybody in there? Anybody? Think I can just use my car? Nope. Think I could get hit by a car? Okay. Also, I am now 100% positive I played this game, because I believe I remember the setup. But again, you know, I'm not... It feels slightly different. It looks better. Maybe it's just because of, like, resolution. Or me not remembering. I want to just wander into the woods and see if I actually get eaten by a bear. Yo, this guy lied. He said if I walked off the trail, I'd freaking get ripped to shreds by 27 bears. He said I'd get ripped in half by a pack of hyenas. So freaking slow. I'm so out of shape. The fluorescent snow is leading the path. The individual bright snowflakes. It's just a little dark is all. We're just wandering in the woods. Also, like, and maybe I talked about this last time I played this, but like, I didn't bring anything for safety, you know? Like, I don't think I have a gun. My brother's tent looks entirely different. I should take a closer look. Hey, are you my brother? You're not my brother. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who the fuck are you? You scared the shit out of me. I scared you. I almost had a heart attack myself. What do you want? I hope you're not some kind of pervert or creep. I'm not. I'm searching for my brother. He was hiking in this area. This is very believable. Yeah. Have you seen him? Nope, I haven't seen him. Wait, you don't even know how he looks like? Look, man, I'm just some guy that likes to hike in a woods. You know, in a woods. And sleep in a tent in freezing conditions. I haven't seen anyone in days. I understand. You're planning to go deeper into the forest? Yeah, I'll search around the area. I hope I can find my brother, or at least traces of him. Look, you'll probably think I'm a stoner or something. Last night I had my tent a bit up north, and I heard weird noises coming from the woods. It sounded like a child was crying, but I didn't see anything. It creeped me out. Maybe it was a cryptid. A what? Look, man, do you carry? What do you mean? I'm talking about a piece, you know? Something for protection. You mean a gun? No, I don't. Then you shouldn't be here in the first place. It's It's way too dangerous to go deeper into the forest at night. But I'm not gonna stop you. I just want to sleep now. Also, one last thing. Don't creep up a tent in the woods at night. Ever again. I almost would have shot you. Like, I guess I'm glad you didn't. Me too. Good luck with the search. Look at how flat his face is. You know, he gave a lot of great advice. Nobody can complain about that. Now we just have to follow the noises of the creepy crying children. Oh, I thought this was a path. Nah, there wouldn't be two paths on a trail, a hiking trail. It's insane. There wouldn't be a gas station at the end of a hiking trail. I do not recall us walking that far. Look at that. I can't see where we came from. We have to go deeper. We have to continue. We have to keep going. Just a little dark. What if we just turn off the light? You know, honestly, that would be the best thing to do. No weird predators would be, you know, they couldn't see us. If we can't see them, they can't see us. Yo, maybe this is where the wolves hang out. Nope. Surely there's gotta be like 1 or 2 wolves, right? This just looks like a dried up lake. Turns out there's nothing here. Turns out there's no such thing as creatures. Don't see anything for miles. Turns out my brother, he's a goner. It's getting really cold. I should set up my tent on the left side of the road. You mean this giant open space that's made specifically for me? No. We need to go further off the road. Further. Oh, too far. I'm just curious what the... I mean, a lot was modeled with this. We need to be way off in the back. That way we don't have a creep. My fingers are pretty numb. It's hard to build the tent. Press E to enter tent. It did put it pretty far back. Pretty shocking. I was suspecting it to just put it in a set location. It's cold, but I'm falling asleep slowly. That's how I fall asleep too. I actively comment, I am falling asleep. I think I heard someone scream. Not sure if that was real or imagined. I didn't hear a dang thing. I don't know about you. I need to check. It should be it could be my brother screaming for help. Yeah, like, am I crazy? I didn't hear a thing. There's a light deeper in the woods. I need to see if that could be my brother. Hello? Is this my brother? Being murdered? Eaten? Is the murderer? You know, that would be a twist. I'm searching for my missing brother. I think a murderer got him, and then it turns out he's the murderer. Also, I don't remember this building being over here. Like, I'm not crazy, right? We specifically looked in this direction. And there wasn't a dang thing. This building manifested itself in these woods. My flashlight. Hang on, I gotta... Is it the shaky kind? Is it the one that you jiggle it. My brother's backpack. He must have been here. Weird, the backpack is completely empty. Nothing in here. I guess, surely I shouldn't, like, call police or anything. This compound in the middle of the woods. Can't run. Use the door. What the hell? Someone made a picture of my tent and car. And they're eating just a pile of goo. They also have a lot of bloody equipment. What a weird situation. It seems nothing's here. I don't know anyone that looks like that. Your body was never found. I feel like I missed something in the house. But again, I am positive we played this before. 100%. But this is only the warm-up. This is the getting you started bit. What we are actually here to play is Mimic Search, which I have to very quickly change. Also, for anyone who is interested, again, swooping in, watching certain bits. I thought there would be credits, but apparently there wasn't. Gemezl. Gemezl. I don't know how to pronounce that. I feel like it's missing some letters. Gemezl. But Mimic Search is the game that I actually wanted to, but I noticed that it was kind of all under the same developer, and I thought, I'd make a day of it. Really, really show off. Show off this developer's stuff. Now I am positive I have not played this. But yes, it was developed by Gemezl. See there's the name. Yeah, he's got to put some credit. You got to put his name on the stuff. Let people know. Much like with Missing Hiker, even though I had already played it, but I guess I just kind of forgot about it. Which, I mean, it was still a very well done horror game. Lots of tension building up. The only problem is that I kind of already did it, so I kind of knew. But it was very well done. It reminds me a lot of Fears to Fathom, but I'm hoping Mimic Search is an even larger endeavor, or just has a more. I mean, the name alone has a very intriguing concept. Much like before, I'm gonna turn down the volume. Body cam. I don't know if we should do body cam. We might turn off body cam because I feel like that's gonna get nauseating depending on what they mean by that. But yeah, I know nothing about this game. I know zilch about it, but I do know that if it's anything like Missing Hiker, I'm heavily intrigued by what Gemezl is making. And, I liked Missing Hiker. I remember liking Missing Hiker. Unless I'm mistaken. So I'm hoping Mimic Search kind of, extends upon it. Mimic Search. Made by Gemezl. Man. There was no such thing. Okay, I feel like we can get up that hill. Come on. Come on, we can do this. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Can I hit this bush? No, I cannot. Come on, Gamezel. I can break your game. I can do it. I couldn't break the other one. I did it. Well, it seems I don't need my car. My problem here is that I seem to have ran into a tree backwards. DLH8TB. I'm gonna have to call in this car. It seems to have crashed. But like in the wrong direction. I actually did get the car very stuck. Well, I guess this kind of gives us time. It gives us time to kind of review. I don't know what any of this means. If you can I do the? No. I was thinking like, could I do this game without ever using the car? This is a pretty big map, and I can only assume that we're in like one strip of road for this entire thing. How do I get out? Oh, that's how I get out. Quickly! Honk for help! I don't think I can. Well, it seems I've broken the game. I take pride in that. I mean, I'm really close to dislodging myself. I can do it. I can reverse the damage. Yep. Yep. Zip. It. Oh. Yo, there we go. Easy as that, baby. I needed help. You died in a car accident. How did I die? He hit the tail end. I would have been fine. Yeah, so that was Mimics. No, I'm surprised a car came to me. I mean, I was expecting, the sucky part about this is that if the game is gonna do what I think it's gonna do, I could see myself crashing completely by accident. Okay. You think I can get hit by a car if I'm just standing there? Does it count as a crash? Does the game know that? Anonymous call of someone reporting the abandoned car with a lot of blood next to it. You know what that means. Investigate the crime scene. After that, drive around the area, use your map, talk to people, and ask if they've seen anything weird. If you encounter a mimic... I'm sorry, what? If you encounter a mimic, neutralize it with your firearm. Don't get cornered. Mimics are highly trained predators. Good luck. Kind regards. What? Whoa, hang on a minute. You telling me? So yeah, I'm thinking this is a sequel to, I think this is a sequel to, Missing Hiker. Maybe? Maybe not. I mean, it was just a dude that hit me. What if I get ran over? I will get ran over. I want to see if the game registers me as a... Should investigate the crime scene. Dang it. Hang on. Let me park the car here. Don't want anyone ruining the crime scene. Here, I'll blink to kind of warn people. I gotta warn people that are coming this way. You know, go around. There's only 2 roads on this whole town. Ah, yes, the comically large magnifying glass. I completely understand. I'm curious what will happen, because that car... Will it just break my car? It came that way. Like, that's where I was. Look at his cold, dead eyes. Been in this job for way too long. Been here all of his life. Every time I look at those lamps, I just see, like, I see headlights. I didn't know he'd actually turn around. I thought I was just gonna talk to his back. So what have we got here? An abandoned car. There's the car. I think it just went through. An abandoned... Jeez. There's another car. An abandoned car. A lake of blood and no body. And no valuables are missing. Go around. Go around. Oh my god, there's another. Just constant cars. And no valuables are missing. So probably a mimic doing its work. Yeah, I think that's obvious. The car was smoking when I arrived here. I think the victim was driving up this road and had to stop because the engine had an issue. The victim called roadside assistance while a mimic was hiding behind a bush. They make it sound like they're like expert predators, and it was hiding behind a bush. It was just kind of chilling. The thing was probably one of the big ones. It's a huge footprint in the front of the car. She didn't have a chance. How old is the victim? 37 years old according to her ID. Is this area known for mimic activity? No, not at all. But it seems that they're expanding their territory. Expanding their territory? What kind of, like... Wait, what? Am I... They make it sound like it's like, you know, like it's planted a flag and it's like, well, this is the line that's mimic territory. Somewhere in the woods, digesting her. So they eat people. They're sent to take care of it. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm tasked with finding and neutralizing it. I'll drive around the area and ask if someone has seen something suspicious. Sounds like a plan. You have a map of the area on your laptop, right? Yeah, I have a map. Takes like a puff of a old-timey pipe or something. Sounds good. If you want, you can take a look at the crime scene yourself in case I missed anything. Will do. See you back at the station. Stay safe. Wow, those guys were really good drivers. They honked, swerved, and didn't hit my car. Okay, I can't access anything. No evidence here. Fair enough. Apparently it has a gigantic footprint. That is a pretty big footprint. This thing talks about being a mimic. What is it mimicking? Freaking, you know, mimicking a giant. It was hiding behind a bush. Keep seeing like a light. It was behind a bush. What bush? Was it like across the street? What if I can find the exact bush? I like somewhere out here, right? And then it would have came across. It looked both ways, you know. It's all about safety. It's a huge footprint. Probably belongs to the Mimic. That's what he said. Cigarette is still warm. Looks like this was the victim's last one. The handbag of the victim. Nothing was stolen. Why were the keys in her purse? Wouldn't she have needed those in the car? What if? What if she's the Mimic? What if this is all a setup? That's what the Mimics want. A lot of blood, but not a single piece of flesh. I mean, it sounds like we're ruling the victim's car. Staying inside would have been safe. Would it? The guy is freaking huge. Look at that. Look at that foot. You can just kick through the window. Well, it seems I gotta do a little investigating and whatnot. It sounds like it just kind of chills in the woods and is really big. Well, a few hours ago we received where the heck am I? I guess I still want to get hit by that car. The first chance we get. We have to test it. This is what Gamezel would want. I thought I could, like, break the fence or something. Where the heck is it? What is this? This is a gas station. Okay. We park here in the middle of the street. That way I can take a quick getaway. It's a pretty dead town. There were 2 cars, actually 3 cars, I think, that drove by. I thought they were just going to keep showing up. How finicky can we get? Surely we can, like, wave someone down, right? There's a van. There's one van. I'm gonna hear honking just as they want me to get off the road. Is there a Mimic in the trash? That guy looks straightforward. He's a good worker. He's a solid worker. Beware of mimics. If you see anyone who is pretending, contact law enforcement immediately. Signs that you are dealing with a mimic. Unusually long limbs, funny walk, never blinks, sometimes flesh-colored skin. That one feels like the most obvious. Sometimes flesh-colored, you know. Sometimes they're like green, you know, blue. To survive a mimic encounter, keep calm. Contact the police. Gain distance. Do not expose meat. Sorry, what? Do not expose meat. Feels like a mimic wrote this poster. Yo. Imagine a body cam capturing this. Like, okay, I'm gonna take some of this, some of that. Yeah, I could use some of these. I don't know what the heck that says. Yes. Your limbs, they seem fairly straight. None of these people are gonna blink. You gonna blink? You gonna blink? This sign, hang on. This sign never blinks. Funny walk, unnaturally long limbs, sometimes flesh-colored. This man will never blink. We got him, boys. This man is a mimic. Take him down. What can I do for you, sir? There was a mimic attack just down the road. Damn, it's bad for business. True, he can't be a mimic. His business would go out of business. Yeah. You know anything that could help me with the search? I haven't noticed anything weird so far. Everything is just as always. Really? Nothing at all? No. Only thing I know is that you should be very careful. Nowadays, they're extremely good at pretending to be human. And they're more dangerous than ever. People say they're evolving and learning from humans. Thanks, but that is information that is already known to us. Anyway, thanks. Don't you want to buy something or fill up your car, sir? I'm good, thanks. Oh, good luck with the search, officer. Why can't we just arrest this man? This man is clearly a mimic. I would like water, but there is none. Cereal rings. Choco cookies. Honestly, this is the best part about some indie titles, is just like seeing the like weird off-brand. Well, I've made zero progress, but to be fair, we just got here. This guy looks very sketch. I mean, he could be a mimic. We're looking for these traits. Unnaturally long limbs, funny walk, never blinks, sometimes flesh-colored. Also, do not expose meat if you see anything on this list. Keep calm, contact the police, gain distance, and for the love of God, do not expose meat. And this man never blinked once. Well, gotta go. We have to take him out. Anywho. So we're at the gas station. Let's hit the trailer park, because it's kind of at the end of the road, and then we'll like, whoop, you know? We'll hit, whoop, it all makes sense in my head. I'm sure that'll get thrown out the window, though. Just a nice, calm evening hunting mimics. Skirt. Don't be pulling out your Slim Jims around him. Oh, yeah! The fact that... Can I just, like... Oh. I thought I could just, like, tuck and roll out of the car. The fact that do not expose meat is one of the options is definitely the weirdest thing. Do not expose meat. Grr. I got the padded security for my car. It can't crash. Hang on, I see citizens up ahead. Excuse me. I have to conversate with these people. Now, this is how you do an outdoor interrogation, you know, and how you see in movies where they put the lamp on the person. This is how you do it. You put the headlights right on them. I'm not talking with cops. I just want to ask a few questions. As I said, I'm not talking with cops. Ma'am, your limbs are looking unusually long. It's really hard to tell about your legs as I'm... Hang on. Let me... I'll put the light on him. Ugh. There we go. I don't know about your legs. Hey, your legs look fine. What the fuck do you want? Man, what town did I enter? Like, everybody has been giving me sass. Like, easy there, pal. I'm just here to ask a few questions. People don't like cops around here. Make it quick. I'm here for an investigation. A mimic was active in the area around the nearby gas station. Shit, that's where I get my beer. I mean, I'm glad he's worried about the proper things here. It's too expensive anyway. You know anything about that would be useful to me? No. I'm drinking all day. It looks like you're drinking all night. Nothing else to do around here. People here don't believe the official narrative. They say the government uses them to keep the population down. They don't like us common folks. You use them to get rid of us. This is not true, otherwise we wouldn't try to neutralize them. So, have you noticed anything odd in the last days? No, not at all. Everything's as always. Try your luck somewhere else, cop. Good night, sir. Looks like you're a mimic. Take him down. I feel like the creator of this game had a few bad run-ins with cops. I never liked cops to begin with. I'm gonna make an entire game. I mean, to be fair, yeah, like, it does seem like right off the bat, like, I got two people here that don't like me. I guess the gas station guy was alright. Hang on, I gotta knock on these doors. Let me in. I gotta ask you a few questions about a mimic. They ain't answering. Hang on, go to the next. Why wouldn't I be knocking on doors? I'm in a very good mood today. That's always good to hear. Says the gas station attendant. The gas station attendant had a good mood too. And then I arrested him for being a mimic. There any mimics out there? I don't see any. Because my smoke detector finally decided to shut the hell up after I changed the battery. I mean, that is something that they do, right? Like, that's the... Oh, I thought that said something. You know, that's the usual. You know, they beep at you until you do what they want you to do. When you follow their narrative. Am I right, brother? Well, it seems this place is useless. Literally every 30 seconds. That... For how long? Like, I feel like that's a... I feel like at some point you just unplug the freaking smoke detector. The batteries are clearly not working anyway, you know. In for a penny, in for a pound, right? Okay. I went through that for 3 days until I found time to go to the store. You could have just ripped it off the ceiling. I thought I heard something. Yeah, I guess we can do it like this way. Yeah, we'll just kind of wing it. Smoke detector was hardwired into my apartment ceiling. Ah, they knew. Battery is back up if you when you lose power. They really knew. There's a car. Hang on, let me just help this person. My God, he's as strong as steel. Ugh. There we go. Perfect. They knew that you weren't going to change that battery. None of these people blink. How can you tell if one is a mimic? None of them blink. What's up, pal? Your car broke down? No, the engine just got a bit too hot. I'm waiting for it to cool down before driving off. What do you need, officer? We have reports that there could be a mimic around this area. Do you know anything helpful? Yes, it's me. Very funny. You do know that stupid jokes like these can land you in jail? Sorry, officer, it was a bad joke. I'll let you get away this time. I'll let you get away this time, Mimic. But next time we meet again... I have to continue my search now. Stay safe, officer, and good luck with your search. I like on how... I just, like, what if he was a Mimic? He's not blinking. You could be a Mimic and I wouldn't even know it. Maybe you're just that good of a Mimic. You don't have the dangly limbs like a Mimic. Every time I say Mimic, the word loses all meaning. Where's my gun? I need to show that. I need to prove a point. Well, let's continue along our journey. There used to be cars. I haven't seen a single car in quite some time. Now keep an eye out for any mimics. It could be anywhere. Roaming the hills. It could be you. It could be me. What the heck is that? Oh, is there... Hang on. Oh. It's a farm. Jeez, it's a friggin' neon. Friggin' burning your retinas fire hydrant. Okay. I'm looking for people. Hang on, let me just... Skirt. Skirt. Turns out this uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Look, I tried to get stuck at the beginning of the game. I don't want to get stuck now. I'm looking for mimics. Any mimics in the farm? Excuse me. If there are any mimics, you must let me know. Them's is what you call the rules. Why the heck am I allowed in here? No human in sight. Only mimics. Only gosh dang mimics. There ain't nobody around here. Thought there was a guy on the roof. Is there a guy on the roof? Is there a guy on the roof? May I help you? I was saying the same thing. May I help you, officer? You scare the crap out of me. Are you the owner of this farm? Yes, this is my property, sir. I'm here because we have reports of mimic activity in this area. Do you know anything that could... Why was he like crouched below the door? He's like, I'm gonna get this guy good. And then he just pops up. Like, do you know anything that could help me out? Let me think for a second. Not really. I haven't noticed anything weird. But I also heard rumors about people seeing or hearing them in the woods. I personally don't fear them. With my 12 gauge. My all-American cold steel. I make sure to lock all doors and I keep my rifle close to me. Thank you for your time. If you ever notice something weird, make sure to forward that information to the police. Have a good night. Good night. Stay safe, officer. He's kind of got a funny walk. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. I throw the propane tank in, pull out my gun, shoot the tank, nothing happens. I know you're a mimic. I crawl through the window. There's a lot of textures in there. I'm kind of shocked. I wouldn't think that they would care enough. Figured it'd just be like a 2D texture. Can we like... Nope. Dang. Gosh dang it. We can't do it. A lot of detail. But turns out there's nothing here. We have to move on. To the motel, and then, yeah. Unless there's something, like, on the road. Because there was somebody on the road here. There might be somebody on the road here. We could always double back. I'm curious. I'm curious if there's, like, multiple people on the road. It would be interesting. I'm willing to give the game the time of day. I'm willing to, you know, take a little peek-see, you know. So far, I'm intrigued. I like the idea. The fact that it is, like, you know, slightly investigative. I feel like I'm putting too much effort into it, though, you know? Like, just getting into the role of a mimic detective. I think there's... I'm also curious if you could, like, bump into the mimic beforehand. Or if this is literally going to be, like, a set situation. Skrrr! Ugh. There we go. Hang on, actually. This is how we park. That way, in case the mimic runs, it can only go in one direction. Which, by my calculations, he would only be able to go that way. Surely he would never turn. What if I just started knocking on doors? Nah, they're not gonna let me do that. Sir, are you a mimic? Okay. His limbs don't look weird, but his shape sure does. Guy has like a goiter or something. Like, this is way too much on that side. Can't ring the bell. What misery is this? Hang on. I know you're a mimic. I know you can hear me. You're a mimic and you gotta confess. May I help you, sir? I'm here because a mimic was active down the road. Do you have anything that could help? A mimic, you say? Damn, I just hope I'll never meet one of these things. I myself haven't noticed anything weird. But there's a farm east from here. Maybe they can help you more than I do. I already been there. You could also follow the road north. There's an area that's used for camping. Alright, thank you for your time. He didn't do anything. He just said, like, oh, you can go elsewhere. You can buzz off. That's what he told me. It's basically what he said to me. Yeah. Just me plastered up against the window. Is there a mimic in there? Is there a mimic? I see you. I see the mimic in there. The ravings of a lunatic. What in the, like, who would want to sit in this, like, little alleyway? You want to just sit in this, like, fenced-off cage area? Oh, that would be good. If, like, somebody, people were, like, peeking? I bet they were. And I just wasn't. Maybe? I can't knock on any doors. That's insane. You mean to tell me that I wouldn't be badgering every living human being. I'm a freaking detective. I'm a detective or something. Also, the thing that weirds me out is that one of these has an open window. None of the other ones do. Was there a person? No. I really wanted there to be a person like peeking out. Like really freaky like, you know? Dang. What game are we playing tomorrow, Paulie? I was assuming content warning. And then I figured, and then probably for next week, if you wanted, we could attempt Phasmophobia again. Just the two of us for giggles and grins. I know a game that I want to get back into because now the 1.0 update came out is V Rising. There's a lot of good multiplayer games. We just don't have enough time to do them. We need more time. Just need a little bit more time. Okay, what I want to do is I want to double back. Curious if there's like people on the roads. I'm probably overthinking this very short, free horror game, but I mean, you know, I'm enjoying it. I like the atmosphere. I like the idea. I do hope, though, I can kind of like guess who it is first, though. There isn't a soul on this road. Not a body. I would want to get back into V Rising. Oh yeah, I mean, have you seen anything new? No. I mean, yeah, with all the fresh new content that they've added, I definitely want to get back into it. But I know content warning was semi-requested, and I figured, you know, why not? We could do that, and then basically, yeah, like the following week do like V Rising or something else. Again, there's so much. There's so many things. I might actually do some of that today. I mean, yeah, you gotta witness all the new stuff. What the heck was that? Am I crazy? Was that always there? Oh, it's a shadow. It's just a really weird shadow. Never mind. Carry on. Because yeah, apparently they've like added like Dracula enemies and whatnot, which I find ironic, being that you yourself are a vampire. Where the heck am I? The camping spot feels like where the grand finale is gonna be. So I'm gonna double down and go to the cabin. Mostly because I feel like I drove by the campsite. Think. I mean, they're probably... Well, no, they're pretty far apart. What the heck? Where the heck is everybody? Okay, here's the campsite. The big open stretch of road. That is not a campsite. It's just an RV. It's a camper. It makes sense to me because I think vampires are infamous for infighting in with each other. I mean, yeah. It's just kind of funny because it's like, you know, it seems to be a huge thing. This guy looks like he's got something in his hands. It seems to be a huge thing where it's like you're all about like rebuilding vampire society, and then yeah, like Dracula's over here like, yo, and then you're just like, kill that guy. Freaking beat up Dracula. This guy has like a funny stance. He could be a He could be a mimic.
Got any spare change, officer?
Sure, here, take this.
Thank you so much.
I'm here to investigate a mimic report. Do you have anything to help me out?
A mimic? Oh, that's bad. Really bad. I hear screams sometimes at night. Do you see the road going up there? I think there's a house.
And?
The screams were coming from there, I think. You should take a look.
I guess I'll have to. Thanks, and make sure to stay out of trouble.
I will, officer.
Why the heck are you standing here? I heard screams at this house, so I thought I would just chill in front of it. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I guess I'm wrong. I thought the grand finale was going to be at the campsite, but it seems like the cabin. So let's investigate this last stretch of road, swing back, hit the campsite. Can I just leave? Yeah, I couldn't find no mimic. I tried really hard, but this is the wrong way. Dang. I just wanted to break the game. Just wanted to cheese it. Actually, I've already tried to break the game multiple times, and so far, it's pretty solid. I've tried to crash the car multiple times, and I have managed to get myself unstuck every time. Okay, so yeah, we have been everywhere. That's the guy's car. We've been everywhere. There's no other mysteries. Let's go back to the campsite. And then the cabin, and then let's finish this. It's hard to find a mimic when every single person in this town is super suspicious. True. I mean, yeah, like, one of the main things can't be that the mimic never blinks when literally every person I've bumped into never blinks. Like, they don't have a model that does that, so I'm looking at a picture. They're like, well, if that guy never blinks, he's a mimic. So what I'm being told is that every person I'm bumping into is a mimic. Okay. What if the mimic was here? I'd be a little upset. I was trying to like 100% like look for everything. Oh, is this gonna be another one of those? Where a guy pops up from the tent? Oh. Never mind. I was hoping it was being a callback to Missing Hiker, but... oh, well. Hello, is someone in there? What do you want? I'm a police officer. I'm here to investigate a mimic-related incident. Can I talk to you for a second? We can talk, but I'll keep this door closed for my own safety. It's not an issue. Actually, it would be an issue. If they're a mimic, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if they're not a mimic. Do you know anything that could help me? Help me out? No. Not me. But there's a homeless guy. Last night he came up to my tent, wanted some change. He said some stuff about hearing screams coming from the woods. Thought he was bullshitting me. Or that he was on something. He was doing both. Anyways, if you want to talk to him, just follow the road eastward. Will do. Thank you for your time. Stay safe, officer. I will. This guy is the freaking mimic. Yeah, I don't wanna come out. I'm clearly not gonna eat you. It would be a real shame if you, quote unquote, as the sign said, show me some meat. Which, by the way, is still a ridiculous... Do not expose meat. Oh, that was the exact word on the sign. Do not expose meat. It'd be a real shame if you exposed meat. I gotta freaking turn around. I gotta go do this grand finale at the cabin. Now just be on the lookout for a homeless guy. We bumped into him before. We just have to bump into him again. Also, I haven't bumped into another car. They were around here forever. I should probably drive up the road. I thought I'd walk. Hang on. Sorry for that. I didn't mean to do that. Well, I did, but bye. Yeah, it's really rough roads up here. Don't know if we can drive at a fast pace. Really doing a number on my cylinders, my axles. Hang on, I gotta say other car things. Carburetor. Well, the front door is open. That's not good. Now, if there is a goblin and or ghoul, or in this case, a mimic. I wanted to look through the window. That's like the safe thing to do, right? Did you ever finish Elden Ring? Not yet, no. I haven't had the chance to. I still have to technically beat Riker. Riker. Keep. Have to be on the lookout for a mimic. Someone is screaming. Oh no. I should investigate. Sounds like a freaking cat. Oh, they're like outside. I thought they were in the house. Now we will devour the gods together. I will say that, like, it's a cool boss fight. But my god. The fact that using the spear feels 100% mandatory. It does suck. Being an intelligence build. I have nothing in, like, strength and dex and whatnot. I swear, this sounds like a cat. Like... Okay, that one didn't. Just gotta be on the lookout for any mimics. No? If you see a mimic, let me know. Can I just, like, shoot randomly? Really, I should save my ammo when I need it. Why didn't I, like, call for backup? I gotta look around. This screeching banshee. Screeching banshee. I'm in the middle of nowhere. This thing could be anywhere. This thing could be absolutely anywhere. It's got me in its traps. Oh my god. It's all over. I'm dead meat, man. It knows. It knows. I'm just in the middle of the woods. I can't do anything about it. And then I shot him with 37 rounds. How many bullets did that clip have? My god. I wonder if I could have died. I kind of want to do it again to see. but like, I don't know. That was my biggest issue with that fight. Isn't limited to a place. I mean, yeah, I can definitely see where your voice today isn't limited to place dial 21 thing, and if you're not good at it, then you're pretty much yeah, like the fact that the fight, because I remember the freaking fire giant from Dark Souls 3, you know, it was a fun fight because it felt like just a freebie, because it felt like it didn't matter what your build was. But then again, I guess at that game I was doing a strength build, so maybe that's why it felt that way. But yeah, it's such a it's a dumb gimmick, because like if you don't do, you know, if you don't do like strength or dex, then it just turns into a big like you've done nothing. Like, you know, you have to respec or something. I would get to like the second half of the fight, and then like I was using the mimic tier. Now admittedly, I haven't been upgrading anything in that game. I've been playing it almost like a weird challenge, where I've been purposely not doing anything that I should be, like upgrading wise. But the mimic tier was just hilariously dumb, where it's supposed to do the attack with the spear, and instead it was just always just running up into the lava, staring at him, and then dies. And it's just like, okay, cool. I kind of want to see, does anything weird happen if I die? I mean, I was spending a lot of time doing everything else. I'm curious. We'll do this very quickly, but we're gonna be going in like podcast form here in a bit. Boop. Which honestly, having just a nice chill chat. We've already done all this. Let's just freaking blast through this. I don't even know if I have to talk to this guy. Just go straight to the cabin. I have a sixth sense. I know what I must do. Problem is, if I remember how to drive there. Elden Ring? Elden Ring? Oh, great Elden Ring. The fight limits you to one playstyle, and if you're not good at it, then it sucks. It's the glory of voice and text speech app. True. I don't think any voice to text has ever been, you know, primo. I want to see what happens if I get eaten by a mimic. I'm assuming it'll be very lackluster, but, you know, hey. I've been doing a lot with this game. I figured, you know, show off every aspect. I still want to try to glitch the game out, but I think the game is too well built. It's me proof, you know? Also, this will be funny if I can just skip to the end. Like, clearly the mimic would go at the cabin. I already got hit by the car. But can I do it again? No, I'm done. I wanted to get hit by the car. Screw it. That's how we're ending it. The game is free, so if you want to check out what happens if you get eaten by a mimic, feel free to. I'm positive nothing different happens, but that was something I really wanted to test because they like. I just wanted to see if they would go through me. But yeah. I don't have much else left for our spooky games. But if you're doing a podcast for the last hour, I'll hop in Discord. I just got home. True. Yeah, we can do that. Just like a nice, just a nice chat. Just a nice chill chat. Honestly, I don't mind. Let's see. Let's, gotta change the tag. But yeah, it's definitely very amusing. By the way, those two games, before I go into official podcast mode, Missing Hiker and Missing Hiker and Mimic Search by who the heck was it? Gamezel. That's who it was. That's what we just played. They were fun games. Yeah. Gotta take Allie outside first. That's all good. We're just doing a nice chill after game sesh, man. Honestly, yeah. Having just a nice chill, you know. We're always doing so much with games here. You know, sometimes it's nice to just sit back, have a chat. You know, how's everyone doing? You know, I don't ask that question enough. How is everyone? What's going on? And then I just go like full therapist. How does that make you feel? Yeah, honestly, like there have been a lot of really good games lately. It just feels like it's one of those moments where I feel like I gotta sit back. I gotta wait. Gotta just do one at a time, and because I know, yeah, like we're lining up content warning, V Rising, all these other multiplayer games. There's just not enough time in the day. Can't do it. But hang on. I have to fiddle with the Discord for when he actually hops on. But yeah. So far, I've been finding a lot of like indie horror games, but they've been slowing down. I must admit. There's not very many left. I'm running out of horror games. There's nothing left. Turns out there are no more spooky games. Itch.io has a few, but like you gotta go through like a deep pile. you have to dig deep sometimes. But yeah, going back to the whole Elden Ring discussion with Rykard, I just haven't had the gumption, the urge to either completely redo the build, time to play some Sims. That's a horror game in of itself. I mean, I'm shocked that I think it's the fourth one that they made free. It's like, yeah, you can just play The Sims for free because we have so much DLC that it's freaking hang on. It's this is with it on sale. $800. Like, thanks, Electronic Arts, for making The Sims 4 free. And then the Dead by Daylight 8th anniversary event is coming out in June, but I'm still not sure I want to hop back into that until they fix the rubber banding issues caused by the Unreal Engine 5 update. Oh yeah, I've seen nothing but horrific. Nothing but just god awful reviews. I mean, I even watched I think it was the latest like Otstarva video, or maybe not the latest, but when he was discussing it a while back, where it was like the game is miserable. Like, playing it's miserable, everybody's miserable, nobody's having a good time. I forget who the other content creator was, but like they were talking about the same thing, where it's like people don't play the game anymore. They go into a match, they see a certain killer, or they do a certain thing, and then they off themselves on the hook, and it's just like, why are we playing this? Like, why is Dead by Daylight become this? It's because the base game is so bare bones with little content. Compare base game Sims 4 with Sims 3, night and day difference. Oh yeah, for sure. It doesn't make it any less funny though, having that much DLC. And like, this is coming from somebody that likes playing like Total Warhammer. Like, I own all 3 games with all the DLC. And that's a lot of DLC, but $800 for Sims? What the heck? Like, what? That's like, that's unacceptable. That's gross. Your game should never have $800 on sale, mind you. Should not be like this. What a weird world we live in, you know? We got $800 DLC, we got Dead by Daylight with their miserable content, apparently, where people are just like, I don't want to play this. What was it? Friggin' what's the new Star Wars game called? It's being made by Ubisoft, the quadruple A developer. Hang on. Star Wars Outlaws, like, that was a huge thing with a ton of controversy. Helldivers 2 had huge controversy. There's so many games that are just like, we just decided to suck for no apparent reason. It's a weird choice on their part. I will admit I bought some Sims 4 DLC, but I pick and choose which ones and only get them when they're on sale. And they go on sale at least once a month. Yeah, but that's the thing though, like, I mean, again, like, we all have our vices and whatnot. It would be so annoying to math up the Total War Warhammer stuff that I've purchased. Because I've purchased all 3 games. Mind you, probably a lot of this was on sale myself, but like, okay, so let's say I bought the 3 games probably for full price. That's like 180, and then the DLCs combined, I mean, yeah, like, we're probably talking like a good solid $300 some odd that I've spent over the course of years, 5-6 years. I don't know how long the first Warhammer's been out. It's a lot of freaking noise outside. But $800 for all of it, for all of the Sims DLC for the 4th one on sale. That was all on sale. Is baffling. Mind-boggling, to say the least. I'm curious if somebody else has done the math for. Hang on, let's see if I can just like. Total War Warhammer combined price. I don't know. I'm curious of how much it would cost. Because obviously the base game is, yeah, it's like 180. I would say it's probably a good solid like 300. Which again, that's a lot of money. But it's not $800 on sale. The game can't even functionally run with all the DLC installed unless you have a NASA PC, which is also hilarious. Though with Total Warhammer, they would probably say the same thing. Because the game does have some like lag issues sometimes. I think that's more of like a update situation. That's more like a, you know, the devs fiddling with their stuff and they're like, oopsie, we broke this because we made this. Which is always funny. You would think that, and again, this is coming from somebody who's never made a game or knows nothing about it, but like, it just seems like a weird, like, not productive thing of like, if I add a layer to my game, it breaks everything else. Like, you would think it would be pretty easy to like attach things to rather than just like, oh, everything is broken now. Very strange stuff. Dead by Daylight. I mean, that's proof in itself. Dead by Daylight has the same problem where it's just broken right off the bat. Every time it does an update DLC, it just doesn't work. And they've been doing it for 8 years. Hang on, is that what you said? This is their 8th anniversary event. What the heck? How are they doing this? How are they making it worse? How is it breaking as time goes on? It's proof that games shouldn't last that long. They should move on. Dead by Daylight has been broken for 8 years. Man, just woo. I feel that burn from here. It's not far from the truth. I feel like they've probably had like one good year, you know? Like they've probably had like one solid year where people were like, yeah, like the game's functional. But then you always hear people were like, it's as good as it's ever been. Like, Dead by Daylight has never been better than this. And then you see what people are dealing with now, and it's like, this is as good as it gets. Like, this is the best. People offing themselves on the hook, basically not playing. Like, the entire player base is just angry. It's a wild ride. It's a wild ride we live on. I feel like I need to pull up some music. It feels weird, this unusually quietness. It's usually what I do for the intro, but let's see. I think the year that Deathslinger came out was its peak. I don't remember when that was. Me neither. To be fair, that's most of Dead by Daylight for me. Like, I don't remember most of Dead by Daylight. There we go. Now it's not as hauntingly quiet. We're doing backwards. I usually do an intro for the ending, but honestly, I just wanted to chill, just a nice chill. Let me adjust the volume so that it's not as loud with multiple people. I've never done multiple people while doing an intro. Hello. Welcome to my welcome to my podcast that I totally planned.
Of course. Not like you were planning on hunting a mimic for 3 hours.
No, I was I was definitely not expecting that game to carry me for 3 hours. I definitely felt like this stream was going to be a tad shorter. But it awkwardly ended at like what, freaking like 120 or That was the second game, by the way. Missing Hiker was very short, which apparently I played already. I didn't even remember playing it until I like beat it, and then it was like, whoa.
Man, Steam really wants me to know that Vampire Rising's officially out now, because it was the very first thing on my home
plastered
page.
On the front page. It's some cool sounding stuff. Again, I want to get back into it. I never hated it,
I've loved that game to death. I just got burned out on it.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Like,
I just love the aesthetics of that game.
Having that repetitive grind of like finding what are they called, like V-Bloods, and it's just like, okay, you gotta
everything was a grind.
Find a V-Blood, find a this, and then like the materials. Oh, you want to build a base, you need a bazillion wood, you need a bazillion materials for this and that.
And then we got more Hunt Showdown to play, so you're right about us having no shortage of games. And we still have to play that Viscera cleanup. There's just so much. There's so much. So much to do. All I know is that Ghost Kitten recommended content warning, and I know that was a game. We'll definitely do that tomorrow.
Yeah, that was definitely a game that I wanted to do way back when. Now I do warn you.
Free.
Oh yeah, I do warn you. It plays a lot like Lethal Company, so I could definitely play. I could see us playing it like one and done, where it's just like, oh, that was funny, and then because I don't think we're gonna be very good at it,
Yeah, and like Lethal Company was one of them games where I feel like I've kind of already experienced all I've wanted to experience out of it. Like, it's a fun game.
Oh yeah. It needs more content. And I think with it being made by literally one man, it's taking a while.
It's gonna be a bit.
It's gonna be a hot minute. Yeah, apparently on April 13th was their last update. The hopping update. How's stream so far? Content warning is fire. Oh yeah, I mean, I've been recommended it, and it was something that people wanted to see, so I figured we'd do that tomorrow. So if you're wanting to see content warning, mark your calendars for literally the next day. So far the stream's going well. We did some spooky games, and now it's just a chill podcast for, probably the next, I don't know, 15 minutes to an hour. Until we sit here in awkward silence, like, well, I guess we've said everything we need to say. I've never done like an actual podcast. I mean, everything I've done has been some sort of content based of like, I tried to do a game review on the YouTube channel once, and that was incredibly weird trying to like, but I've never done a podcast, just a...
Which game was that? Do you remember?
What game was it? It's probably still on the actual YouTube channel.
That must have been like in the old...
Oh yeah, it was...
The old days, because I never heard you doing game reviews.
Well, I think I gave it a shot just to see if I could do it. Because I don't mind, like, talking about games, I usually do that after I finish a certain game, I talk about what I enjoyed about it or what I freaking hated.
I'll tell you what, my brother has his own YouTube channel. He doesn't upload as much as you, but he did a really thorough game review of Tenchu on the PlayStation 1. Put a ton of work into it. You know, like did lots of recording for it and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And it didn't get that many views, but then he had like this meme video that was like 17 seconds long, and it had like 20,000 views, and he was like, "This is the internet for you."
Oh yeah, 100%.
He's like, "I put so much work into this review, and it had like 300 views on it."
I 100% know where he's coming from, because I've done Let's Plays on YouTube before, edited down, you know, all that fun stuff, and they generally didn't go very well. There'd be a few hits, you know, obviously it was never like super stagnant. But I'm wondering if I can actually spot some of his, I mean, because I know his YouTube channel, some of his views are pretty high. I mean, some people clearly wanted to find this.
I think it's all just the YouTube algorithm at work.
Oh, 100%.
I don't think it's people specifically searching for it. It's just like, hey, check out this 17-second meme video. But YouTube's never going to recommend someone like a 1-hour review of a PlayStation 1 game unless it's something that someone like regularly searches, you know?
Oh, yeah. Surprisingly, though, that must have been a while, because I think his most viewed thing is a 1 hour, as he puts it, a long play of Star Fox 2.
No, I'm seeing his is the one I was talking about is 26,000 views. Tenchu Stealth Assassins.
Oh, it must be
voice talents.
It must be a different channel, maybe.
Licentious Howler.
Yeah.
Throwing out the rep for my brother's YouTube channel here.
Oh, there it is. It must have been
30
like
seconds.
It must have been like really far back. It was very far back.
9 years ago.
Hey,
And
to
like
be fair though, the second one after that, 6.6 views, you know, 6,000.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good for freaking Star Fox 2.
A long play. But he told me at one point that his most proud video back then was his review on Tenchu. And I don't know how long ago it was. I'm trying to find the video. But now his most proud stuff is the music stuff that he posts. His music's always kind of been more of his passion anyways. So he likes his Sonic 2 Scrambled Egg Zone cover, Metal Gear Red Alert cover, and stuff like that.
Well, right now, everyone is hearing in the background Chemical Plant Zone of Sonic Mania. So I'll have to actually take a listen. I haven't actually peeked in on his channel. Because, yeah, I felt like a lot of his content was definitely like...
Well, he also hasn't uploaded for a while.
There was definitely a mix of reasons where it was like, well... 6 months ago, though, that's not that bad. And again, 791 views for a 4-hour gameplay.
Rayman 2 was always one of his all-time favorite games. And I played it as well, and I think it's like a gem that kind of got overlooked. Like most everyone knows about like Banjo-Kazooie on the N64. But like Rayman 2 is like the one that didn't get recognized, and it's pretty good. Unfortunately, all those Rayman sequels didn't really get the same love and affection.
Turns out they didn't put that much effort into it. But yeah,
makes me think of the days when I'd make my brother get involved with my college projects. for like random videos. I don't have anything on my YouTube channel. It's all been deleted.
We will. Hang on, we gotta find it. No, I'm just
well, my YouTube channel doesn't even have like a name like Polypo or Licentious Howler. It's just my first and last name.
Which means I can find it. I'm just I mean, I've definitely thought about like trimming some aspects of the channel of mine, because there are just like some videos that's just like like the game review, where it's just like I think I did literally just the one and I was just like it was to give it a go. You know, I feel like that's what a YouTube channel is. Like, it should just be like you throw it out there and you see what works. But to
I think you're finding more success on Twitch anyways. I mean, as you kind of mentioned, your YouTube is kind of just for the VODs.
Oh yeah. Which, hey, it's been working out. Though it is still funny though, because yeah, going back to how he found semi-success / views, at least, because I mean, obviously subscribers are always annoying to try to, you know, how do you get a subscriber on YouTube? Shorts, like the shorts for me has been like the hugest like boost, which is just so funny that you could be going into YouTube with the headspace of like, oh, I'm gonna make really funny edited like let's plays or comedy skits, and it's just shorts. People want shorts. People, that's where your subscribers will come from mostly, I feel like, at least for me, because man, I forget what is the short that boomed. The short.
I do think it's a little sad because, like, when we grew up, I think that was like the peak of YouTube, and now I feel like with kids in this generation, it's very TikTok-esque.
Yeah, it's very like Vine, TikTok, where it's like it needs to be 30 seconds or less, and that's how you get people's attention to your content, which is crazy to think about.
Not to mention, there's been like the controversies of like with people like that use ad blocker, apparently like slows down their like videos or something. I've heard something like a couple months back about how YouTube was doing some really crazy stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
trying to fight back against ad blockers. Now I will say I have joined the YouTube Premium Club. I'm not proud of it. The only reason why I did it was because when I'm at work, I like to have music playing,
which is fair.
And I don't use Spotify, so I just have YouTube Premium so that I can have all my music playing without any ads.
And that's how they got you.
That's how they got me, because I kept spamming them ads. And they even like made it so that if you close like your like minimize your phone screen or like
it'll turn off music.
It'll turn off the music in the video.
They knew.
As soon as that you have YouTube Premium installed, it doesn't do that, which really annoys me because that just means that it could be doing that at all times, but they just don't.
They 100% knew that people would do that, and they were like, nope. Like, this is a paid service. Nope.
The funniest thing to me is when they were like, now that you're a YouTube Premium member, you can watch like the premium exclusive videos from like PewDiePie and stuff. I have not watched a single one of those videos. I do not care about that at all.
I mean,
no offense to PewDiePie, of course. I love his content, but I'm just saying, like, I do not care at all about the premium exclusive videos.
It was a huge thing, I think, when it first came out, because they had like, you know, like, oh man, he's getting his own TV show practically, and then he said the dreaded word on that dreaded bridge in that.
Oh yeah.
And then they were like, nope, and then all of that like went away. So then there was this gap of like YouTube premium content. Like the guy they were backing, he was gone, you know, because they were like, nope, we're cutting ties. Nope.
I do kind of feel bad for him in that instance, because obviously
it was like a heat of the moment, like,
it's a bad word. He knows it was a bad thing. But like with being the most subscribed person on YouTube,
all eyes were on him.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, people are always watching him every step of the way. And I know back in the day, I probably said some toxic stuff when we were playing Dead by Daylight, because I got pretty heated.
I mean, yeah, well, especially back then, because it's like you would hear it all the time, and for, you know, the Xbox 360 lobbies of Modern Warfare 2, like that was like the language back then, I guess.
I don't even know if Fortnite was out back then, because he was playing PUBG.
Yeah, he was playing PUBG on that. Which I'm glad that it's like a universal like flashback for everyone. That's just like, oh, I remember.
I can pretty much like picture that entire like clip in my head. I've watched it so many times.
I remember.
And I bet you he can too.
Oh yeah. That was probably one of those moments that's just like, God dang it. Like, you know,
he's like, well, that just lost me several $1,000s right
You
there.
know, the funniest part is, though, is that I
the
feel like...
instant regret, though, because when he says it, he's like, oh, crap. Like,
oh, I mean, yeah, like... Well, and that's the thing, like... It was one of those, like... Again, like, if somebody was recording you in 2000... whatever, when that happened... Because I'm sure we were, you know, very young-ish. Middle school, high school, maybe. If you were being recorded on your, like, Xbox Live, like, lobby or whatever the heck with freaking, you know, whomever, like, yeah, it's like what you said, like, you know, everybody would be saying horrendously toxic things. Now, obviously, yes, no one can condone it, but the fact that I think he, you know, he did his bit of, like, I am incredibly sorry, and the fact that people are like, you need, you know, we need to take out the trash, like, like there was that, just that constant, like, whoa, like, you've taken it too far. I
think the way he worded it in his apology video was, he was like, I was very angry at him, and I was trying to think of the worst word I could possibly think of.
Yeah, like, well, that's the thing, like, yeah, it's like a heat.
He's like,
I
wasn't saying it out of racist intent. I was just,
like, it was out of just
what's the worst thing I can think of? Okay, here we go.
Pure gamer rage, which again, back then, like, you'd hear it all the time, like.
Oh, I know that I've told some people in, like, post-game chat, like in Dead by Daylight, while I was on stream with you, I think, back when we were playing with, like, a larger group, I was like, you should go die in a ditch and stuff like that.
I'm telling you, man, Dead by Daylight, it brings out the worst.
I mean, I've gotten to the point now where I'm older, where I don't think I act that way anymore. Like, I still get angry, but I pretty much end every game with GG, even if they were camping the crap out of me, or I just don't say anything.
I mean, yeah, I think that's the worst I do, is like, you know what, I didn't appreciate this game, no GG.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the only thing you can do. Where it's
now, the
just
one
like,
thing I never did do is I didn't go on to people's profiles and leave, like, comments
oh, yeah.
on profiles.
That
was, like, a bit too much for me.
I still find it funny to this day that I had someone on my profile who's like, you didn't do the thing, and I'm just like, who are you? Like, like
was that the survivor, the survivor that was, like, so angry at you, and then you were like, is this dude actually upset with me?
Well, yeah, well, the funniest part is, it wasn't the guy that even died. It was the guy that died first, and then was mad that I didn't help the other teammate. It wasn't even the guy.
Yeah, he was, like, speaking for him, and I think even the killer or something was like, oh, come on, man, it wasn't that bad.
I mean, yeah, like, I think it was just the whole, like, awkwardness of just, like, what did you want from me?
I wanted you to carry the entire team.
That's the thing that's funny, is that it was the guy that died first. So, like, the guy who's worse at the game than me, who died first, is like, yo, why didn't you do better? And it's like, why didn't you do better?
And that's even worse, because then you know that he hanged around.
Yeah, he waited
like
for the
15 minutes.
very end of the game
Just to tell you.
just to yell at me. Well, that's probably why he put it on my profile too, because he was probably like considering, like, do I really want to wait for this? And
yes.
yeah, it was just such a funny thing. Like, him and that Oni are my two like crowning jewels.
What did the Oni do? Or was the Oni the one with the distortions, the most broken perk in the game?
The Attack on Titan Oni, I can remember it like it was yesterday. Because it's just, it lives rent-free as like a happy moment in my mind.
Way back in the old Dead by Daylight days, when the Ebony Moris used to be where once you down someone, you could just kill them right away.
They used to mean something.
You didn't have to hook them or anything. If you down someone, you could Mori them. And I went up against like a nurse, and I was playing as Nia. I think Nurse was the newest killer or something. Like, it was like 2016 Dead by Daylight or something like that. And then in post game chat, I was like, why the heck did you like target me so much? And they were like, I just hate Nias. And I've always remembered that for some reason. Like, they just wanted to kill me because they hate Nias.
There's some stuff like that that's just so funny. Of just like, it's just, it makes no sense. Or it's just, it stands so far out of just like, this is ridiculous. Now, to be fair, I know like a huge thing for Nias back in the day was like, she was the killer. It's like, lol.
Well, that was back
Nia's
when,
the killer.
I think his name's like Noob3.
Yeah.
He was like a Nia main. And like,
When
they
he
like
used to upload content.
Yeah. They would associate like Nias to all be toxic because he did like the Toxic Survivor streams or whatever.
Yeah.
Which, maybe he was being a little toxic, but I think he was doing it more out of anything to just be like comedic,
Yeah,
like,
I think it was just
it
was his character that he liked. I mean, heck, it's his profile picture if I remember right.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was just being toxic to be funny. And so yeah.
But then somehow all Nia's got Allie.
She's protecting you. She's protecting you from toxicity.
She's like, I see a Nia out there. But yeah, somehow all Nia's got associated with that.
Could you identify a Nia if she existed in real life?
I mean,
like that'd be like some weird uncanny
I've seen a
valley.
lot of people that I've seen a lot of people that like have the same
like style, yeah,
like style as her, but I don't think I've seen anyone that has like a similar looking face to her.
One for one.
And I think because she's from like Sweden or something, and no one in the U.S. here looks like a Swedish person.
Well, my thing was that she was digital, but
well, yeah, she's a video game character.
So if you like put her in real life, like, could you identify her? That's like on how they say that you can't, like, if you saw somebody that looked like you wouldn't see that way because like your brain is just like doesn't register it.
I don't think there's hardly a single survivor that I could identify in real life, because I think we talked about this before, but I think that all the survivors look too perfect in some way or another.
They're just so hot.
like they all just don't have any like defects, or like they're not like overly fat. Like,
yeah,
we have like Jeff is like the largest guy, and he's still just like a dad bod. He's not like,
oh yeah,
like they're never going to release like the fat survivor,
the 400-pound ish,
Yeah, and then like Jane Romero's like the thickest girl they got, but she's like attractive thick, like what a lot of guys would considered to be like.
I mean, I that's all you would hear in like in-game chat or on comments of when they revealed her as like, yo.
Yeah, and clearly they do that for a reason because they know that attractive survivors are going to sell more, but they're all so glamorous in one way or another, except for Quentin. I think we talked about that. He's the only one that I could be like, yeah, I've seen a Quentin at a grocery store before.
I'm not even saying they look ugly. I'm just saying like it's that weird brain thing of like, it's a digital person, and if they were in real life, like, could you register that as like, that's a Nia, that's Nia in real life?
I would say Kate Denson just looks like Taylor Swift to me.
True.
Like just blonde country singer is just what I associate her with.
I feel like I could identify Jeff, but I feel like that's maybe just me because I've seen him so much.
I've seen like Jeff's, but like with like the same hairstyle, but like not like the tattoos that he has.
Oh, that's like, true.
He's heavy with the tattoos, which you usually don't even see because most of his outfits are like long sleeve.
Which is ironic.
He's got like 2 sleeveless shirt ones.
If you had 2
which is
full
ironic
sleeves,
because
like you would totally be showing them off. Like
yeah. And it is weird because like Kate has a lot of outfits where you can see her tattoo, and I think there's another survivor that also has a tattoo that you see it a lot in their skins. I don't remember which survivor it is though. But it's like with Jeff, I forget that he has tattoos. I thought they were painted on his like sleeveless shirt one. Like he just was wearing like those like tattoo sleeves.
Oh yeah. Things you get at like freaking Hot Topic or something.
Yeah. Maybe the devs forgot he has tattoos. That's gonna be hilarious if they come out with like another like sleeveless version of him.
He doesn't have tattoos.
Doesn't have them, and then they just like retcon it, like, oh, this is before he got the tattoo.
Yeah, that's what we did. Shifty eyes. It's not because we don't remember. No, I bet that's the one thing that they have a team on of like 20 people that's just like, you have to make this cosmetic perfect. Or if not, you're getting fired.
I think that's probably not far from the truth because as much as that game's always buggy, the one thing they're pretty much always consistent on is the cosmetics. And I know they have to have like an entire team dedicated to that because they pretty much always come out on point, except for the $20 Huntress skin that just came out recently that was like pay to win. And apparently they said it was a bug because they just fixed it recently. But everyone was like, we don't think it was a bug when you released it because you're trying to find some reason for someone to spend $20 on a skin.
I mean, yeah.
That thing's like 1,760 orc cells. The most expensive skin they've ever released in the game.
And it's got a lot of effort put into it, just like taking a quick peek at like a screenshot. Like, this isn't something that they were just like, tee-hee. Like, we were just goofing with like a Huntress design. Like, no, this is them being like, please, for the love of God, buy this. Like,
yeah, and I think my issue with that skin, though, which is an issue I've had with a lot of legendary skins, and I knew this was going to be a problem when they started doing them, is that it just almost upsets me because I've kind of always wanted a werewolf killer.
Oh, yeah.
And then they just came out with this were-elk Huntress.
Which kind of diminishes the idea.
It makes me go like, well, I guess we're not going to be getting a werewolf killer anytime soon. Or like when they came out with the legendary skin for the Blight with that Resident Evil 2 character.
Oh, yeah. The doctor.
I forget what his name is. William, I think.
I think so, yeah.
I wanted him as a Resident Evil chapter. And I was like, well, I guess we're not getting him. But we do already have 2 chapters with Resident Evil. I would be surprised if they came out with a 3rd one.
I think everybody was expecting something from Resident Evil...
Village.
Yeah. They were thinking like freaking Mother Miranda or something. Or Lady Dimitrescu.
Lady Dimitrescu would sell so much.
So much.
There would just be so much like mommy step on me stuff.
Hex mommy step on me. It's like, oh my god. I don't even mind losing this game.
I kind of always liked, what is it, her daughters? Like the
oh yeah,
the
which again, those are also a very like profitable. I think a lot of people were expecting those to, which I forget I forget the daughter's name. It's been forever since I've played. But yeah.
Well, people usually talk about how attractive Lady Dimitrescu is, and I think the daughters are more attractive, but I think that's just because I'm partially attracted to crazy girls, it seems like.
I just seem to have this knack for... I mean, to be fair, they all try to kill you, so, you know, you can't diminish that Dimitrescu is also maybe insane.
I feel like her daughter's just a bit more insane, though. They kind of remind me of like Ball Spawn, where they're like, "I'm just going to peel your flesh off your skin." And Lady Dimitrescu just seems to be more like the type to just play with her food.
She has a bit of elegance, whereas yeah, the daughters have more of a manic.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's the word I'm looking for. Elegance and like mania, pretty much.
Dimitrescu is like Hannibal Lecter, and then the daughters are like, I don't know, some sort of like crazy, yeah, like
the Joker.
Yeah. Well, I think even their makeup is just like they've like been rubbing their lips or like wiping something from their face, like it's all kind of smeared, and you know
they have like bleeding mascara, like they've been crying. Or
yeah.
Something.
I can't freaking remember the
Which
names.
you can make a scary similar character in Baldur's Gate 3 to the daughters, because they have that crying eye makeup already in the game.
You just cosplay as them.
Yeah, I saw a video where for some reason someone wanted to cosplay as them, and they just made them like a rogue character, and like they're doing like a Dark Urge playthrough. And I was like, this is pretty spot on.
1 for 1. And then you watch the full, like... Well, actually, I feel like for you would have, like... It would have given you an idea, and then you would have made... and you would have just played a playthrough.
I mean, I am currently on my 4th playthrough of the game. And I've probably made like over 100 characters. And like usually what happens is I'll make a character, I'll play them for about 20 minutes, and then they just don't interest me enough to continue playing with that character, and then I delete them. So out of like the 100 characters I've made, 4 of them, I guess maybe the first one you can discount because I was going to play them no matter what because I wanted to experience the game. But the 3 characters after that were the ones where I was like, yeah, this is the one.
This is what I needed.
They just came out perfect with the perfect backstory in my head. And I like to feel invested in the character, which is part of the reason why I can't play as the origin characters, because I like to have my own story, and I already know their story, and I don't find... Like, I think there's like some interactions that I would like to see from their perspective as an origin character, but not enough to play like 100 hours of a playthrough just to get those few moments where I'm like, oh, how would Astarion react with his vampire master? And Act 3, I have to play like 80 hours to get to that point, you know?
You need like a Nexus mod that just lets you like just pop in, pop out, you know?
Yeah, not to mention, they've done better with it in Baldur's Gate 3 than they did inside Divinity. In Divinity, I'm pretty sure if you were playing as the origin character, you were, like, completely silent.
Oh, yeah.
In Baldur's Gate 3, they have some scenes where they'll talk in their normal voice, more than, like, your custom character does, but still not enough. Like, you still feel very silent. And
yeah, that was my big
to me.
Yeah,
like how talkative Gale is, and then you go to play as Gale, and he's like,
you don't hear him.
I'm a very quiet wizard. I don't talk to anyone.
You hear him once throughout the entire game, and you're like, what? I thought I was him. Like, what the heck?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, like that was my issue, because I think I started as Gale, and then and then I played for maybe like 30 minutes to an hour, and I was like, this feels off. Like, this just feels not right. And yeah, like, there's no interaction that's voice acted, and everything just kind of felt, I mean, yeah, like, it just feels off.
I think a lot of people, and I would actually agree with these people, think that the canon story of like the main character that you're supposed to play is the Dark Urge.
Oh yeah,
because
with how detailed I've seen and heard.
Yeah, I mean, I've played as a custom character from beginning to end, and it's fine. You know, it serves its purpose. But the story of the Dark Urge is so wrapped up with the main plot that it feels like they wrote the story around that character.
And I think it's wrapped up in even in Baldur's Gate 2.
Yeah, it's over, like the overall trilogy is like, it's like a continuation of the trilogy is what it feels like.
And so it is just kind of that aspect of just like, I would 100% agree that, like, I don't know if I'd recommend it as someone's first playthrough, just because I do feel like
I did it as my first playthrough, but I did it as a resisting the urge. I wouldn't recommend going like evil Dark Urge on your first playthrough, because you miss out on a lot of quests like, when you go murder people.
It's like every other kind of game where you can play as an evil character. Everything feels kind of off and not right. You know, even like Fallout and like other games like that, where it's just like, I shouldn't have blown up Megaton. This feels like I broke the timeline.
Oh, being an evil character in Fallout New Vegas is fun, because that game probably still has probably one of the most ruthless dialogue options I've ever seen in a game.
True.
For an evil character. It's the one where this soldier is like crying at this memorial grave, and you can shoot the memorial and put a bullet hole through it, and he's like,
"What is that?
What
for?
the heck's your problem?"
My brother died in that fight.
Yeah, your brother was a little bitch. So are you.
It just turns into a freaking brawl.
It is the best dialogue ever. It just makes me laugh every time. It's like, it's hard not to pick it. Yeah, an evil playthrough.
Like, obviously, evil playthroughs are always fun and like quirky in their own way, but like, when you do finish, like, even if you were like, oh, I'm gonna go all evil, I'm joining freaking Caesar's Legion, it just feels like that doesn't feel like the canonical ending of like, yes, Caesar's Legion, you know, takes over New Vegas.
The funniest thing is when I did my Caesar's Legion playthrough, and I've only done one Caesar's Legion playthrough because I particularly don't like the Legion.
I mean, yeah.
They are like...
There's no positives.
I've seen some disturbing like Reddit posts and like stuff online of people that are trying to defend the Legion, saying that they're the best hope for the future and everything. And like, they literally like want to impregnate women and just use them as like...
Well, yeah, that's because they're psychopaths. But like, I'm going off
those are like the people coming out of the woodworks as like they're hidden psychopaths.
Those are the people that are like, yo, the Legion is great. It's like, yeah, because you're crazy. But like, even in the game, the Legion isn't good, because they even say that they're like, yeah, they're gonna dismantle the moment, I guess, Caesar, not Caesar, the moment he dies, like, everything crumbles. Like, there is no, like, the legate isn't gonna be able to do what he did. He's not
it's a dictatorship.
Yeah, like, and sure, he's a good fighter, but like, people will die off and leave, or, you know, do whatever. Like, they needed the charisma of Caesar, and so
they also follow the philosophies of, and this is me getting into my Mass Effect nerd side, because I'm a huge Mass Effect fan, but they pretty much have the same philosophy as the Protheans in the Mass Effect series, where they assimilate other cultures and put them into their own, and they like all operate under like one unity, which is great for that period in time, but it causes huge issues down the line because there's not enough diversity to like build the culture to be like sustaining. and long lasting, because you need that diversity in cultures to like have like a thriving society. And the Protheans, that screwed them when the Reapers came, because when they found out how to indoctrinate one Prothean, they knew how to indoctrinate the entire galaxy, because they were all Protheans at that point.
Easy
Whereas, like,
peasy.
Yeah, the current galaxy cycle with like the humans, Asari, Turians, Solarians, there was so much like differences between them that the indoctrination took much longer, which gave Shepard a chance to do all of it, to take him out pretty much.
And that's why we're getting a 4th game.
I really hope, but so far I'm still wondering if we're even going to get Dragon Age 4.
I mean, I think they did do the whole like it's totally coming out, and
yeah, they said that about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines too. Also, it's totally coming out someday.
I feel like with Vampire the Masquerade, that's just like a weird. I guess that's the thing. It says full reveal summer of 2024, so I assume that's probably when we'll see more content and like a release date.
Yeah, well, they say full reveal. It just kind of already disturbs me because we haven't seen a single screenshot, let alone gameplay footage from the game. And when they hide stuff that much, it just gives me Cyberpunk 2077 vibes, where they're like, "It's going to be great, guys, I promise."
I swear.
And then when it comes out, and they're like, "What happened?"
I have some hope for Dragon Age just because I feel like it's kind of like the new Elder Scrolls. Like, it's just one of those products that like you can't get wrong because it's your only like foothold. Now, don't get me wrong, I could definitely see some minor hiccups, or I guess major, like will it run on modern systems, much like Starfield.
Yeah,
I could definitely see crap like that. But
I'll say with Dragon Age 4, I have the same mindset with that game as I do with Elder Scrolls 6, where I'm hoping they get it right, because it's kind of my last chance that I'm willing to give to BioWare. Just like how for Bethesda, Elder Scrolls 6 will be my last chance for them, because if they screw up those games, I'm just not going to be interested in playing any future content from other. Like, I've seen how Starfield is, so I don't have the greatest hopes for Elder Scrolls 6 right now.
Well, I have my theories on why Starfield did so poorly, and that was just because it was a fresh product, and I just don't think Bethesda's very good at coming up with their own fresh ideas. I think
the last fresh idea they did was like Elder Scrolls 1.
Yeah, like
they assimilated Fallout into their field.
Yeah, and so they had like their one-hit wonder that they were able to kind of cash in, and then of course Skyrim, they stagnated. And so I think when they were like, okay, we gotta work on Starfield, and then everybody was like, what do we do? Well, how do we do that? I feel like that's the reason why it did so poorly. But
the funniest thing to me is that it still feels like it doesn't feel like its own identity still.
Oh yeah.
Because it feels like a Fallout game in space, and then like you have like shouts like you're the Dragonborn.
Yeah, because you can like fiddle with gravity. You're the Dovahkiin in Fallout space, and it's like,
it
cool.
feels like they can never get away from like these two IPs they have. Everything they release is either going to be Elder Scrolls or Fallout. Even if it's Starfield, it still feels like those
which I think
games.
is funny, because I feel like that's pretty fine, like, I mean, I don't know about you, but if I made a product that sold millions, I feel like I wouldn't be upset when someone went, hey, can we get the sequel? Like, it's like, okay, like, as long as it keeps selling millions, But
I think that they're just on their back toes with Elder Scrolls 6, because they know that Elder Scrolls 5 was revered as like the greatest game of all time when it came out.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's aged as well right now in its current state.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's
back in 2011, that probably was the best game to play.
It's a bazillion years old. Like, But the fact that you could play it today, and I bet you could still be like, man, this is a blast. Like I
with
love
mods, yes.
I mean, well, yeah, obviously if you touch ups wouldn't hurt.
I can't play vanilla Skyrim anymore. I mean, I probably could.
I mean, yeah, like
I've been using mods so much that I just get so much enjoyment out of it.
I mean, and that's what I'm saying is like, you could find something to latch onto even if you played vanilla Skyrim, and you'd be like, this is pretty cool. Like, you know, like I love doing my stealth archer / whatever the heck, you know.
It's always stealth archer.
It's always stealth archer.
That's the meme, is that like you're like, I'm gonna be a wizard, and then 20 levels later you're like, I'm a stealth archer. I don't know how it happened.
I've actively avoided stealth archer.
Yeah, so have I. I've gotten so sick of playing that. I've played a lot of it because it's probably the most effective way to play the game.
I've never played stealth archer.
I mean, in terms of like winning fights, I think it's the most powerful. I think wizards in Elder Scrolls have always been weak because they don't scale well.
Oh yeah.
But I think the most fun way to play is the intended way. I think of like the main protagonist is a Nord like warrior.
That's definitely what I did on my first playthrough. Two-handed.
And I think that's the most fun way to play because I mean, you're playing freaking Skyrim. You should be decapitating people with an axe. Like
two-handed axe, heavy armor. You go in, freaking cleave people in twain.
Now, did you like use any magic like restoration to like heal yourself, or did you just go like, I'm gonna eat cheese wheels and drink potions?
I think it was mostly eating and potions.
Okay, now that I haven't done, because I like, even if I'm playing as like a heavy axe, like heavy armor Nord, I still always fall into the temptation of using restoration magic because it's just so much more efficient.
Oh yeah. I can't deny
my inventory and eating a bunch of cheese wheels. Like
I just always lean so heavily into like the combat skills that I'm just like, more health, more.
Maybe that should be my next Skyrim playthrough. It'll be one where I don't want to gain a single level in illusion, enchantment, alteration, none of that. Like, he doesn't even know how to cast magic.
That was pretty much how I played it. And yeah, I was just a big dumb warrior that just, you know, every time
you join the Thieves Guild and you're like, I am not the guy.
I will say that so that was something that I've never done in Skyrim or Oblivion, is that I never join every faction with one character. So like I do actively, you know, I do the whole like, okay, this is a fighter, like he's not gonna join the Mages Guild. But I actively always avoided Stealth Archer because it was like so, like I would hear nothing but Stealth Archer stories and I'm just like, I hate this. Like I hate it. Like, so the one time I was gonna do stealth for like thieving and Dark Brotherhood, I did a Dark Elf with just daggers. And that was my whole thing, is that I was like, I will never shoot a projectile. I can only stealth kill with daggers. And that was a blast too.
That actually surprisingly gets really good in late game because they somehow thought it was balanced to like give daggers a sneak attack damage of ×15.
Yeah.
So if you manage to get a sneak attack on a dragon, you literally kill a dragon with a dagger.
I never tested it because usually when I only did the main story with like the Nord. And then I did all the side content with like the side characters basically. So I was theoretically playing the game like 3 or 4 times, but like I never overlapped content. And again, yeah, like it was always a blast. Like I've
No, I'm talking to my dog, sorry. She's trying to chew on the pillow.
She really wants that pillow.
No, she does this really annoying thing where, like, if I'm not giving her enough attention, she knows how to get my attention.
By destroy.
So maybe it's my fault but how am I supposed to react? Just let her destroy the pillow? Like, you know, But she knows that gets my attention, so then she's like, well, I'm gonna go destroy this pillow so he'll go pay attention to me.
That's probably when some people just do the whole like, well, your dog is acting out. You need to pay attention to your dog. You know, take them on walks, play with them, you know, give them attention.
I just haven't been home all day, so she just wants to spend like every waking moment with me.
I mean, yeah.
They always say that your dog is a part of your world, but to them, you are their entire world.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely like, it never hurts to give your dog a good chunk of attention.
She's a good girl.
But obviously,
she's with me.
You've been so busy. You've had so much, including your fire alarm, your fire detector.
Now it's very peaceful and quiet in my apartment. The last 3 days of me going to sleep, it's just been beep, beep.
I bet there's a way you could totally like get like some cotton balls and you're just like stuffing it.
Well, the funniest part is I was worried about detaching it from the ceiling because, like I mentioned before, it was wired into my ceiling. And I was looking at some YouTube videos and they're like, you need to turn off your circuit breaker if it's wired into your ceiling because you could electrocute yourself. I don't have a circuit breaker in my apartment. You know, this isn't a home. The circuit breaker is probably like in some...
It'd be like the whole floor.
Yeah, it'd be like the entire apartment. It's probably in some electrical room downstairs. So I was like, well, I can't do that, and I don't want to get electrocuted. So I put in a maintenance request to get it changed out because I couldn't find the right battery even when I was going to the stores. Because, of course, they always have to have like this very specific size battery.
Yeah. The jumbo or the dinky or...
Yeah, the guy comes in, replaces the battery, and then he tells me, why didn't you just pull it out if it was annoying you? And I told him I didn't want to get electrocuted. And he's like, this ain't going to electrocute you. And he just does it right then and there, pulls it right out of the ceiling. And I was like,
now the funnier part is if he got electrocuted.
That would have been a great ending to that story. Well,
this isn't going to electrocute you.
Or what's going to happen is he's like, no, it's not going to do it. And then he pulls it out. I'm like, oh, okay. So then I go to do it. And then I get electrocuted and fall off of the ladder.
Local
electrocution's always kind of been a fear of mine because I've heard stories of depending on how you get electrocuted, if you have a firm grasp on what you're holding,
you get locked to it. Yeah.
You can get locked to it, and you'll get third-degree burns on your hand. So I've always been really afraid of electrocution. But he was like, no, this ain't going to hurt you. And he's like, if it starts beeping again, just pull it out of the ceiling. This is the maintenance guy of the property telling me, like, you don't need a smoke detector.
You don't need
just yank that shit out.
What's the worst that happens?
The worst that's going to happen, a fire. Yeah.
Your neighbor's smoke detector will go off. The
funniest thing is I've been through an apartment fire, not myself, but the one upstairs from me. I know you're familiar with this. And I pulled my smoke detector out of the ceiling because it kept beeping. The only thing that woke me up that day was my dog. My dog pretty much saved my life. I'm pretty convinced I would have probably died from carbon monoxide poisoning if I didn't have my dog with me barking, waking me up. Because I was somehow sleeping through it, and when I woke up, I couldn't see my hand more than 3 inches in front of my face. That's how thick the smoke was, and like my eyes were burning, and I couldn't breathe. So I was like, "Holy crap!" I was like, "What the heck?" I thought I caused it. I was like, "I must have left the oven on."
Like, holy crap! I burned down the whole building.
I burned down the whole building, and my apartment included. But yeah, so now like when he tells me just yank the shit out of the ceiling, I don't feel good about that either.
Oh yeah. I feel like it's a good like 12 to 24 hour fix of like, man, it needs its batteries changed at 8 p.m. at night. I guess I need to wait for the morning, not like, I don't need this thing. Like you just never replace it.
Well, they also they're apparently they detect like other gases too.
Oh yeah, they do the whole CO2 and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, because I read some article online about this comedian. I don't remember which comedian it was, but Gabriel Iglesias. That's who it is. Both of his parents died from carbon monoxide poisoning in their home, and it wasn't like something that was their fault. It was just like a gas leak from like their stove. Or something.
Yeah,
and that was just like crazy to think about. Where it's like one day everything's totally normal, you go to sleep and you wake up dead, or you don't wake up. I guess
you can't wake up.
And like the fact that he lost both of his parents the same day from something so simple, and if they would have just had a carbon monoxide detector in their home, that could have been prevented.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a crazy thing where it's just like, yeah, this appliance, it
could kill you anyway.
It could just kill you. Whoops,
I think about that when I'm driving, because I watch like the videos where crazy car accidents where like there's this one where
I know a lot of people that watch those. Some part of me feels like that would be, that's like watching, like, I don't know, like homicides or something. Like, it's like, what do you want? Like, why are you watching this?
Why are you torturing yourself?
Yeah, like,
I know what you mean. It's not good for your. Don't watch it before you go driving. I'll say that at least, 'cause that does give you insight.
I mean, yeah, that just sounds like okay, how do I make my life as miserable as possible?
No, it's just a weird thought to think about, because there is this one where this person was driving next to this pickup truck, totally normal, nothing was going on. Neither of them were bad drivers necessarily. The pickup truck driver probably might have been at fault, because what happened was that his front left tire just came off.
Yeah.
And so I guess like he was, probably was on him, though. He should have checked. They always say you're supposed to inspect your vehicle before you go taking off, but who actually has time to walk around their vehicle every day?
You see some guy every day, like, jiggle like all the like nuts and screws, like, yep,
gotta make sure all the bolts are on the tires, So yeah, this tire just came off, and then it actually like hit this car on the highway at an angle and speed that it somehow launched this car like 15 feet in the air, and this car like rolled over like 6 times, and the guy came out with like a broken arm, a concussion, all that from just driving next to some dude. And so I'm just like, now when I'm on the highway, I'm like looking for spare tires. Like, when
you've got the same fear that people have when they watch Final Destination with the logs, where like every time
those don't act like Final Destination doesn't actually scare me like that. I know for some people that it does, but to me, it's funny. Like, I don't think that's.
I mean, yeah, but it's that same kind of like irrational fear of like something off of this guy's like trailer could fly off and just go through my windshield, like, And like, it's not far from the truth. Like, obviously something can always, if it's on like at the back of a trailer, can detach and woo, But like, what are the odds that it happens, right?
Well, I mean, it's probably happened to someone at some point, and that's
why it was in Final Destination.
Yeah, that's always why it's the scary thing is that you never want to take life for granted, because you just never know when crazy stuff like that might happen.
When you get
I've been very
Final
blessed
Destination
throughout my life to not have been in the hospital for like any major things. Like, the most major surgery that I've had is taking a piercing that was stuck in my ear for like 2 years and taking that out of my ear.
That could have stayed longer.
No, actually, the reason why that had to go out right then and there was because it got really infected, and it was like 2:30 in the morning or something, and I woke up from
my ear.
I woke up from the pain from the infection in my ear. This is just from my earlobe.
I mean, yeah.
And the pain spread from my earlobe to like my bottom jaw, and like resonated like upwards towards my head, like my forehead. I mean, it was just intense. And so I went to this hospital, and I was like, I have like a horribly infected piercing in my ear. And like, this thing was in my ear for so long that when they cut it out, it was nasty, because it was like the skin had like grafted onto it, like it had grown like into the piercing, pretty much, like accepting it as like a foreign object that's supposed to be a part of the body, I guess.
It became its own body horror.
They had to like really cut this thing out, and it's just a small piercing, but they had to scalpel the crap out of my earlobe. And you don't really even see it, because they were smart enough to do the incisions on the back end of my earlobe. But if I were to lift like my ear up and show the back end of the
If I was to ever
like,
show it, it would look like freaking.
It looks like hamburger meat on the back end.
Looks like freaking Swiss cheese back there.
But no one ever sees the back of your earlobe, so I mean that's I can definitely thank the hospital for doing it that way instead of the reverse way. But then they charged me an emergency room bill of like $800 because I came in at like 2:30 in the morning. And they're like, well, yeah, you get an emergency room charge for even a small surgery like that.
They were like, sucks to be you. And then the doctor jumped out.
But considering that and like I've dislocated my knee playing soccer in high school, that's like the two worst things that's happened to me. I've never broken a bone or like gotten any, so knock on wood, you know, but like,
oh yeah,
I feel grateful considering like the stuff that I hear some people go through, like kidney stones. Oh my gosh, I hope I never get a kidney stone.
You just drink a lot of water. You just keep drinking water.
Yeah, always stay hydrated because I've heard kidney stones for some people feel worse than childbirth. I mean,
I feel like yeah, I feel like anything going through there, probably not, you know, probably not the greatest.
Well, yeah, because like I don't know exactly what they are.
I think it's like I think yeah, it's just like a calcification or something like that.
I know that like
I could be completely wrong.
I know that like the hardened material of whatever it is, like it kind of like gets sharpened almost.
Yeah.
And it starts to like scrape your insides, and so people describe it as like knives of glass just like cutting you from the inside.
Yeah, hard
there's nothing you can do about it.
Hard deposits made of minerals and salts that form inside your kidneys. Diet, excess body weight, and some medical conditions, and certain supplements and medications are among the many causes of kidney stones.
Well, I do have some excess body weight, unfortunately.
I feel like that's most of America. But the thing that I feel like you always hear is like, yo, I haven't drank water since freaking 1920, and it's like, yeah, that'll do it.
Looks like Sunny D.
It's like, yeah, like that'll do it. But I feel like, yeah, mostly just like drink water, like, you know. Anything water related, I think, works too. Like, but obviously, yeah, it's like, oh, I just drink soda, like nothing but soda or something like that. I drink 6 sodas a day. It's like you're probably gonna suffer from something.
All I know is when it's my time to go, which hopefully it won't be for a while.
I'm leaving a beautiful corpse.
I hope that I go in my sleep because I don't want to have that conscious thought of I'm dying. I feel like that'd be terrifying.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, in general, I mean, nobody wants to think about it, but now everybody's thinking about it.
Well, the older you get, the more prevalent it will get to be a part of your life because all the friends and family you know, either you're going to go first or they're going to go. We're all still young, so we don't have to worry about it, hopefully, for a while.
You gotta just, yeah, you gotta go out in style, though. Like
once we're like in our 60s, though, it's gonna be like, hey, Paul, remember that girl from high school? Yeah, she's dead now.
I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse.
That's gonna be a reality at some point, you know.
Yeah, and I'll have that same statement. Like, I don't know if that makes me feel better.
You know, it'll be something like, well, thanks for telling me.
I'm gonna go.
Just want to play some D&D later?
It's like this really awkward, like, conversation breaker of just like, we're gonna die someday. It was like, well, yeah.
I'll say it like when we're like in our mid-60s and like I'm sitting down at the dinner table, pouring a glass of wine, and I just say, we're gonna die someday.
We're gonna die. The most like grim.
What if it just never happened? Like, you think those people that like died when they were 120? Do you think they actually thought they were immortal? They're just like, maybe I'm the one.
I feel like it would actually be the opposite, where you're like, you know what?
Just let it end.
I'm ready. When I was 80, I was a little scared, but at this point, what the heck?
I'm ready. Come on.
Well, that's like there was a video that I saw way back when. I'm sure the guy is, I would assume, long dead, but the guy was like, he was like 110, 120 or something crazy. And they're like, what's your secret? And he's like, I smoke cigars like 3 times a day. I eat bacon. Like basically like everything they tell you not to do. He's like, yeah, I do that. I do it multiple times a day. I drink, I smoke. And it's like he's killed everything in his body, and he's like, yeah, I'm like embalmed.
My mom said that's how her dad was when he finally passed away. She was like almost in disbelief because he was like 78 years old and fell off of like a 3-story roof, and she was like, that's it, he's gonna die in the hospital. Came out of that totally fine.
He's like, I actually feel better.
Yeah, I mean, like, he'd been through like open heart surgery in his 80s, like multiple surgeries, and the doctors were always like, I'm sorry to tell you, but I don't think he's gonna make it. And then like the next day he's like, hey, give me some Wendy's. I want a son of Baconator.
He feels like a guy that was living out of spite. Where everybody was like, I just don't think he's gonna have a couple more years left. You should prepare. And he's all like, screw you, I'm gonna live for another 70.
I think he continued to live because every time that he came out of it okay, he had the girls in the nursing homes that he liked to hit on would be like, oh, Donnie, I'm so glad you're okay. And he'd be like, just a little longer. Just a little.
I just gotta live for a little longer. I forget. I had a relative, I think, because I'm positive I was told the stories of it. That was almost the complete opposite. Where it was, they worked out, they never smoked. I think if they drank, it was minimal, and they died at like 60 or something like that. It was like unusually young, and it was just like some weird, like, yeah, like it just happens, you know?
For me, I like speaking at the age of a 28-year-old. I feel like if I
speaking at the age of someone who's barely lived.
I mean, it's weird to think that I've lived like a third of my life already, but it also feels like I've been alive for a damn long time already.
It feels like it's been too long.
But like, I feel like if I hit like 65 and I died, would still be okay to me. I mean, some people say that's young.
I feel like it's the whole like how you did it, you know? Like I feel like that's
how you lived your life.
Because I feel like
if I was like
I didn't do
in my 50s, I think 50 feels pretty young still.
The disappointing like middle ground.
You're supposed to hit your midlife crisis then, not talk to Hades, you know?
You're like, hey.
That's what I'm supposed to gamble away my life savings and dye my hair purple and some weird shit.
Yeah. Dye my hair.
Yeah. All that hair.
All that hair that I have personally myself.
That's when I'll go get that like Bosley treatment, and I'll come to you on a Dungeons and Dragons session with a full head of hair, and you'd be like, "Nice wig. Where'd you get that?"
Well, actually, it'll look god awful because I think they stab you a billion times in your head, so it just looks like you have like chicken pox.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's horrifying.
I think it's actually really uncomfortable.
So I'll just be bleeding out of orifices in my head.
Yeah, basically.
Don't worry, guys. I'm getting my hair back. The hair I lost when I was 18.
I swear.
Or younger.
I could be wrong.
That's sad to think about. I think you're in the same boat as me. Is that my body was just hitting adulthood, and it was like, you don't need this. You don't need hair.
It was definitely at like the tail end of high school, which was better than my other relatives. But yeah, it was definitely noticeable that it's like, yeah, I got screwed over by genetics. Like,
I just don't know how it's possible. Like, why does your body just say? Like,
I guess it's called male pattern baldness for a reason.
Well, I'm wondering if it's a part of like evolution, where it's like the process of us evolving over time, and then starts to realize like you got heating and air conditioning. You don't need this hair to keep yourself warm. Like, we don't need this. And I'm like, we're just more advanced than other men in our genetics.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That's what I'll say. No, just
Yeah.
I think there is like some sort of study that's been doing that where it's like the optimal human will have no hair and, crap like that. Because I mean, yeah, like hair is kind of useless for humans. Like, we don't have like ticks and like, we don't have bugs or things that we have to like protect, and then like the sun, like we have clothes, we don't need hair, but it would be nice to have.
Yeah, until like the rest of society is completely bald, I'd like to have it. But I've embraced it at this point, and I've had a long time.
It becomes the opposite, where like in the future, if you have hair, people are like, whoa, like, what's up with that?
That's weird stuff, man. What are you, a dog? Why do you got hair?
What the heck? Like, go back to caveman society. Am I right?
Oh, look at that.
High five. Dude, that's like the freaking webcomics that you see of like, in the future, like, skinny kids will be made fun of by fat kids, and it's like, I don't think that's true. Like, I don't think that was never true ever. Like,
well, that was how it was back in like biblical times. Because if you were fat back then, it's the only reason why you would be fat is because you were wealthy, because you had the money to like eat every day. So yeah, back then, like if you saw a fat girl, you'd be like, I wanna,
woo,
lordy, like she gonna have some money, she'll take care of me. And then somehow it's been reversed. Where it's like, you're a pig, you
just eat a lot, and you're just like, what the heck?
Like, it's just genetics. Like
50 years ago, you guys said this was chill.
Yeah, and like in some instances, like for me, I really think it's genetics, because I have hit gyms, I've done diets, and like I don't gain weight either. Like my body consistently is just like, you're this weight.
I would like to think I'm kind of the same way. Like, I feel like I don't do nearly as much activity as I should, but like people would be like, man, I bet you're gonna gain so much weight, like you're gonna be 500 pounds, and it's like, nah, I'm consistently the same weight. Obviously there's some flexibility, I'd like to think. I don't think
I go like up and down here and there, like especially like seasonal. I think in the winter, you put on some pounds.
Well, that and the freaking holidays, where it's like everybody's making food. It's Thanksgiving, it's New Year's, it's freaking Christmas, it's
yeah, and I'll get like a Thanksgiving tummy where like I look fatter on Thanksgiving. But like I've had like depression periods where like I will just eat like an entire tub of ice cream by myself, which is a sad thought.
Hey, everybody's done it, I'm sure.
But then I'll sit there and be like, I'm not gaining any weight from this. I can literally pig at like an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet.
I can eat whatever I want. I feel like now it's like a curse though, where it's like you've said it, and now your body's like, whoa, like.
Well,
like don't.
So I don't gain weight from it, but I'm still conscious about it because I think about like cholesterol and stuff like that. Because I got like pre-diabetics I got diabetes in my family history, and so I'm always thinking like I shouldn't be eating this much sugar because I get type 2 diabetes, or like my cholesterol will go up or something. Like I don't want to put myself at risk for a heart attack. But like in terms of weight, I don't think about that because like I've dieted, I've gone to the gym. I've ate like a pig, and it always just feels like it doesn't matter. Like I'm always going to be the same size. So if like when I'm like dating someone, they're like, "Well, you're too big for me." Well, okay, because it's not going to change. So I guess you're going to have to find someone else.
The way that it is. For me, I feel like it's it's like it's a change in my tastes, because like when you're a kid you really like sweet stuff, and you're just like, oh, I'll eat ice cream and candy back to back or whatever, you know, I just want sugar. But now it's like most desserts are like like I usually like, I'm not really like, you know, like I don't do, it's mostly like savory stuff, which I feel like obviously it's bad in its own way, because yeah, like you said, like, oh well, it's like greasy or it's, you know, salty or something. And so, but like I think like that's what's saving me there, is like there's a lot of sugar in obviously sugary things, and sugar adds weight, but I avoid most sugary products now.
I know what you mean, because I went to the store the other day and I bought a box of Pop-Tarts, and I ate like half of a single Pop-Tart. And back in the day when I was a kid, I'd pop 2 of those things.
I mean, yeah, you're just like, I'll freaking just eat like 4.
Yeah, I had half of one, and I put both of them in expecting to eat like 2 full pastries. And I was like, this thing is so sugary.
Yeah, you just look at it and you're like, well, what do I do with the rest?
Yeah, like I couldn't even stomach to finish the first Pop-Tart, and I ended up like throwing the whole box away. And I was like, I guess Pop-Tarts aren't for me anymore.
Especially like certain Pop-Tarts. Like I think like the cinnamon ones are okay. Like they're pretty mild from what I remember.
Like the s'mores Pop-Tarts.
But yeah, like you get like the crazy, like over the top, like sprinkles, and it's like, what the heck is this? Like what? Yeah, I shouldn't be eating this.
I feel like the older I get, the more I don't gravitate towards extreme flavors in general, like very sweet Pop-Tarts and also like very flavored chips. Like I go for more mild chips now. Because like if I get like this like barbecue chip that has like a very strong like liquid smoke flavor to it, I'm like, ugh.
I think the only like barbecue I can do that I've enjoyed is like, from what I forget, with like, it's just the generic like Lay's barbecue, and like they've made like a honey version. Like those are about the most that I go, but like I've never gotten like, yeah, like smoke hickory robust.
Yeah, I've had like this like, anytime that they like try to like describe it,
yeah,
is when I feel like there's
smoky
issues with, like
hickory.
Yeah, all that stuff makes it taste bad. Back when I was a kid, didn't matter. I'd eat all that stuff. But like now it's like the only barbecue chips I like are the kettle cooked mesquite Lay's barbecue chips.
Oh yeah.
It has to be those exact ones.
Like Cape Cod, like the kettle Cape Cod potato chips. Like those are
not
pretty...
even Cape Cod. I want the Lay's.
They gotta be Lay's.
Kettle cooked mesquite barbecue.
To be fair, I prefer just a generic Cape Cod, like plain.
I could do Cape Cod, but it's not my preferred one. But like, there's, yeah, I mean, like
I assume their barbecue is. Lately. I would like to think Cape Cod's barbecue is all right, but to be fair, I don't think I've ever tried it.
Because I'm more of a salt and vinegar guy, anyways.
I like a potato chip with just a potato and a chip.
I like salt, or do you not like unsalted? Or do you like unsalted potato chips?
No, it has to be salted. Maybe at most, if you're like conscious, like, oh man, like this is too much salt, like maybe lightly salted, but that's like diet food at that point. Like you're not living, like you gotta have
Where's the
salt.
Joy in your life?
Yeah, like, you need regular amount of salt in your potato chip. Which, to be fair, this is the same thing that I have issues with beer. Who the heck is like, yo, I need potato chips, but I'm on a diet. And it's like, don't eat the potato chip. Like,
yeah, like the people that get a Miller Lite.
Yeah, I need my diet beer. It's like, just don't drink a beer. Like, just, like, oh, I don't know what you're doing with your life if you're conscious about, you know, your weight, but also you want to get plastered.
This is why I couldn't be I couldn't be a bartender because if I get a guy at the bar says, "Can I get a Miller Lite?" I'd be like, "Yes, ma'am."
Let me improve this for you. You give them a glass of water.
Here, you want a cherry on top? Add some flavor to that.
It's something that shocks me, and I guess at least some are like angled that way, like freaking White Claws, where it's like that's exactly who they're meant for. You know, they're like, yo, this is for like the Californians who are trying to work on their six-pack but also get drunk. And I was like, okay, but like, yeah, like Bud Light, Miller Lite, like who is this for?
Like college kids, for like when they have their first bit of alcohol, they're like, wow, this is really buzzing me, man.
Yo, man, I bought a 24-pack of these cans of water.
That's all I think of when I see White Claws. Because first of all, I mean, this might be just my experience, but I only see like college students drinking White Claws.
Yeah, because they're basically trying to get hydrated and drink more. Like, that's the only reason.
And every time I see them drink it, they're like, this is buzzing me out so hard, man. I'd be like, you'd get more wasted on a Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Yeah, just drink a normal beer. Just drink a freaking, like... It can be flavored. I mean, I know some people take that stance where it's like, yo, drinking a freaking fruity beer, that's so stupid. It's like, okay, like, drink a good-tasting beer. But if you're drinking alcoholic water, like, what the heck? Like,
what about that Baby Ray's chocolate peanut butter beer?
That was... It was Sweet Baby Jesus, I think is what it's called. Yeah. And that was like some of the most vile beer you could ever buy.
I wanna find it again and like give it to you on your birthday.
You can gift it to me. I'll drink like one and then I'll dump the rest out. Because like I've had that twice. You and my brother both have had it. And so when for you, it was the second time, and I saw it, and you were like, "Yeah, I thought it'd be good," and I was like, "It's not." Like,
I remember having it, and my initial reaction was, "I don't taste the chocolate. I don't taste the peanut butter. All I taste is like donkey urine."
You taste alcohol and bitterness of like the dark chocolate. Like there's no good note of chocolate. It's just the bad.
And there's no peanut butter.
And there's no peanut butter.
I've had Screwball peanut butter whiskey, and I can actually taste the peanut butter on that. I still don't like that because that's too sweet.
It's a weird combination.
I don't like my whiskey that's sweet, but at least I can taste the peanut butter on that. With that Sweet Baby Jesus, that was like.
That's what you say when you drink it. When you're like, "Sweet Baby Jesus, this is awful."
It should be called Lord Have Mercy.
Yeah. For the love of God, please take this off the shelves.
I wonder if it's been discontinued. There's got to be someone out there that's like, I'll swear up and down.
It's rated as very good and awards it an 86 out of 100. There's like some weird like website. That's one of the things that people ask about it when you Google it. What is the alcohol content? Good? Yeah, is Sweet Baby Jesus good?
If only I could edit those pages, I would just be like, no.
It's not good.
Don't even like give explanation. Just say
no. Do not buy. And I like a dark beer. Like I like a heavier beer.
Oh yeah, like I like Guinness.
Yeah, but that like, ugh. It's so bad. It's so bitter.
While we're on the subject of alcohol, I've never understood having a salt rim on a margarita. Like, I get the concept that, like, it's like, you know, salted caramel where you want, like, the saltiness and the sweet. But, like, every bar I've been to, they don't, like, lightly salt the rim. It's, like, heavily salted, and it just ruins the drink. So I always just get a sugar-rimmed margarita if I'm ever getting a margarita.
And you're just like, please stop doing this to my drink. Yeah, I think it's the same reason.
I've never met a bartender that like salts it like at just the right amount. Maybe it's because like every person's different. I say that it's just the right amount, and someone else is like, that's not enough salt. You know?
Oh yeah, I mean, imagine a bar. It's like the same thing as like fast food, where it's like everybody has a preference. And so it's just like, I just freaking slapped this together, man. Like, I just work here.
That's probably what's actually going on. I'm thinking over here, like, he didn't make my drink properly. Meanwhile, he's thinking, like, I need to get home and feed my dog. And what am I going to have for, like,
I have like 30 minutes left on my shift. Am I going to make my mortgage payment this month? Like, it's just like, but yeah, it's the same reason why people,
that's what should happen if you cast, like, Detect Thoughts, like, a few times and, like,
like a D&D game.
Or like Baldur's Gate, where you're expecting to like hear like some kind of
secrets,
information, but instead it's just like, my rent's due.
I wonder what's for dinner tonight.
I wonder what the wife's making. Did my child go to school this morning?
This is the most boring.
You're like, hey, man, pay attention. We're talking about the Lich over here.
You have to constantly mention it.
So how about that undead guy?
You mention you hear anything about a Lich? Cast detect thoughts.
And he's like, yeah, well, it's not really been on the front of my mind lately. I just gotta pay this mortgage.
At least he's forthright, you know. Like at least he comes to and whatnot. But yeah, for the margarita, people when you do shots of tequila, they do lime juice and salt on their hand. And then you lick your hand. So you salt your hand. I think it's just a way of basically being like, yeah.
I've never heard of that.
It's a thing where, and again, obviously I don't think it's something that you just do at a bar. Though I imagine you could, but like, yeah, so I think it's like lime juice on your hand, like near your thumb, like in between your thumb. It's like on the back of your hand. And then you pour salt on. It sticks to the lime juice on your hand. You take the shot and you lick your hand. And it's basically you going, ew, tequila tastes bad. I need the lime juice and salt to make that go away. It's like it's like Corona. You put a lime with Corona to make it taste better because Corona is bad. It's the same, you know. It's just you admitting this is bad.
Yeah.
Now, for a margarita, I don't personally think it needs salt. I'm with you where I think it's, you know, it's fine on its own. I think now it's just to the point where it's like it's a decoration. Like, you know, it gives it a little twang and you know, it just adds to the look, the margarita look. I could be wrong. I'm sure there's probably some people who are like, you can't drink a margarita with salt.
You know what's funny is I've gone into a few bars since Cyberpunk 2077 was released.
And ordered a Johnny Silverhand.
I've ordered a Johnny Silverhand, and I don't go obnoxious about it. Where I'm like, let me get a Johnny Silverhand.
Yeah, man, I need a Johnny Silver, and they're like, get out.
Well, yeah, because the response would always be, the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know, no one knows what you're talking about. Unless it's some guy that's played Cyberpunk. But so I order what the drink is made out of. I say, hey, I want to get a
shot of tequila with a chili garnish and a shot of Cerveza or something like that.
It's a tequila with agave nectar.
Or no, that's a Jackie, I think.
No, the Jackie's, I don't remember. His is a splash of love or whatever.
I don't know.
Johnny's is tequila, agave nectar. I can never say this one right. It's like Angostura bitters.
Yeah, Angostura. Yeah.
Yeah, an orange twist and chili pepper. Now, whenever I order that, I never get it because I've yet to have a bar. It's like we don't have chili pepper just as like an ingredient.
That's not what we put on a drink. Hello, Ghost Kitten. Welcome. It has gone for a bit of a later stream, but we're just doing like a weird podcast thing.
We've talked all between life and death.
It has been a wild ride.
We were talking about Mass Effect, Fallout, Bethesda, and now we're on drinks from Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah. Favorite alcoholic drinks, we'll say.
Now that's well, for me, my favorite is probably still a Moscow Mule, I just think they're
That's
very
a pretty
refreshing.
good one. Yeah.
I actually went into a bar and ordered that, and they had no idea what I was talking about. They were just like, "What the heck is that?" I was like, "I feel like
That is
that's a
odd.
pretty common
Yeah.
drink."
It's not really unknown. I could understand, like, obviously not being served at certain times of year, because I think it's generally served warm.
No, I get it cold.
Or maybe it is. Maybe I'm thinking of just like
the biggest
mulled
problem I
wine.
run across is they don't carry ginger beer, so they're always like, "You want to substitute for something different?" They never taste the same, so I'm just like, "No."
No, he's disappointed.
You've just ruined it. That's my favorite drink. I guess my second one would be a White Russian.
That's pretty good, yeah.
I can only have like one or two. I love the taste of them, but I can only have one or two because they're so creamy.
Oh yeah.
That they start to make me feel sick if I've had too many of them.
That's how I feel with freaking though to be fair, they're meant to be chugged, but the Irish car bombs, where it's like they taste very good, but drinking more than like one or two, mind you, you're chugging them. It does, that's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
Yeah, I'll tell you the drink. There's two drinks that I really don't like.
Margaritas.
Fireball. I love margaritas. I don't like Fireball. I don't like cinnamon in any of my alcohol, and so it's just gross to me. And I don't like an old fashioned.
Oh, I like an old fashioned. There's
just something about it I don't like.
I like a nice
don't mix
whiskey.
Well to me.
I like the. I guess it depends on obviously the bourbon or whiskey.
I like whiskey by itself, but the ways old fashioned is prepared, it's just something about like the ingredient mixture just doesn't go well for me.
I mean, yeah. It's definitely hard to say what my favorite drink would be, but I feel like an old-fashioned is definitely a good go-to. I was stuck at work for way too long past my shift, as always.
That happens to me a lot.
I feel like that happens a lot in modern society.
Well, if you're any bit of a retail job, I don't know what kind of job Ghost X Kitten works, but when you're in retail, it's always like
I know it's like vet oriented from what I remember. It was like vet.
So it's similar.
Which I imagine, it's like that could get pretty
2 minutes
hectic.
before close, and then someone comes in like, "I need my dog treated right now," and you're like, "I was supposed to be on the highway." Right now.
I could be 100% wrong, by the way. If I believe I remember you mentioning you work a lot with animals. There's a lot of details.
That was probably the job that I wanted to do most in high school. Is I wanted to be a marine biologist.
I think that's what my dad wanted to be too.
And then I realized I wasn't that good at.
And then I realized I hate the water.
Marine biologist, depending on what type of work you're doing, could be a pretty dangerous job.
Jacques Cousteau.
Jacques Cousteau.
Yeah. I don't think he was a marine. Well, I guess theoretically he was a marine biologist. I didn't think he was a marine biologist. I thought he was just some guy that freaking just really liked going in the ocean.
What was your dad's profession before he retired?
Like, it's kind of hard to describe without just saying like the company. But basically, it was a form of like factory work. It was like building parts for cars. So he didn't like build
exactly like what my dad does.
Yeah. Well, basically, like, so without
he was like assembly line. Though.
Yeah. So without going into too much detail, like your dad, because I know where your dad works. Your dad built cars with the parts that my dad put together, and that was basically yeah.
So they were like. Maybe in
it was just a big giant assembly line, basically, but it was two different. It was two different factories. Like, for what I understand, like your dad works at a different factory than what my dad worked at.
This should be my dad's last year. He's planning on retiring.
He's like, I freaking hate this place.
It's funny when I hear him talk about work because he doesn't realize how much he's gotten into like the old man talk, where he complains about the young kids that come in. And he's like, there's always some young guy stopping the line and halting the progress. Like, and I'm like, Dad, just start that sentence with "when I was a kid."
Back in my day.
Yeah, back in my
That's
day.
always been a running joke.
Did I ever tell you the story about when I was playing? This must have been a while ago. It's hard to think how long ago this was now because it doesn't feel like it.
So many years.
I was still living with my parents, so I know it had to have been a long time ago. So I was playing Rise of the Tomb Raider when it first came out. And let me do a quick search.
I think I remember you mentioning this.
Yeah, my dad thought it was a movie. He was like, "There's no way that's Tomb Raider," because he grew up with like the polygonal. This game came out in 2016. Yeah, so I still would have been with Mom and Dad at that point.
There was somebody else that posted just like, I think it was just like a random like.
It's crazy to think how good this game looks for 2016 though.
But I want to say it was just some Reddit post or Facebook. It was like just some photo, Tumblr page or something. But yeah, like somebody's grandma was watching them play The Last of Us, and they thought it was a movie, like 100%.
I think my mom watched me play The Last of Us, and she had the same reaction. But she was also watching the like the opening cutscene, so it pretty much was a movie.
Well, yeah, like the opening scene, even like going from the the house to the car to the wreck and all that, and then finally the opening credits. Like that right there is.
Was that grandma watching the original Last of Us or the Last of Us Part 1, the remake?
I would assume it was probably the original, but I guess to be fair, the original looked to me equally as like, oh my god. I remember playing the first Last of Us, and I was like, I did the thing that everybody does, where I was like, it doesn't get any better than this with graphics. Like, oh my god, like the freaking, it's like a movie.
I've said that so many times in my lifetime, and the first time I said it was with Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube. I was like, it's never gonna get better than this.
The first time I said it, and I think I said this to you before, but it was Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation 3.
I think we talked about it with Dragon Age Inquisition too, back when you had it on like your PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
I was like, dear God.
My God, this game is beautiful. It can't get any better than this. And then they make freaking Horizon Zero Dawn and all these other like picture-esque.
I had the same reaction with Horizon Zero Dawn, and then Forbidden West came out, and I was like, it's not going to get better than this.
To be fair, though, those are very, very similar. I mean,
well, even now, when I look at Forbidden West and I look at Zero Dawn, it's hard for me to go back to play Zero Dawn because it's such like Forbidden West is just an improvement upon everything, pretty much. It's a sequel done right.
Yeah.
But like back when I was playing Zero Dawn, the one thing that was noticeably bad to me was the voice acting, and that still is pretty bad to this day. But Forbidden West, like they completely got rid of that problem. They got great voice actors. Unfortunately, the problem with the Horizon games is they have this history of just having horrible timing with their release. Because I can't remember what came out with Zero Dawn, but there was some large competition that overshadowed it. And then when Forbidden West came out, Elden Ring came out. So it's just like...
That's what I was thinking, at least for Forbidden West. Is like, wasn't it Elden Ring? But yeah, I couldn't remember.
With Zero Dawn, they also had that same issue, but I don't remember what other game was coming out at that time. But it was the same problem where everyone was like, "Why are you playing that? You should be playing this instead."
And you're like, "I prefer this."
I mean, I
think it was. I think there was a couple, maybe. I want to say it might have been Resident Evil and then maybe Mass Effect Andromeda.
Oh, Andromeda had a bunch of hype around release.
Yeah, which is ironic because it did terribly.
Yeah. And like, here's the
there were a ton of games that came out in 2017.
The thing with Andromeda is like,
my God,
to this day, it's such a weird mixed bag because it's the best gameplay in terms of combat that the Mass Effect trilogy has to offer. That game is super fun to play if you're just doing the combat.
Yeah, the combat.
My God, the story is terrible. The characters are bad. Like, the graphics just don't hold up that well when you're looking at, like, character models. The environments are fantastic. But it's just, like, such a mixed, like, reaction that anytime I go back to play it, I can't help but feeling like lost potential.
The fact that they needed to update their own game to make it so that, like, the NPC's eyes weren't as bugged out, I think should tell you the quality of the game.
They had to go back and re-record voice lines because somehow My Face is Tired got through final release.
Oh, that's like Oblivion, you know? Can we do that line again? Can we?
But that's got to be embarrassing when they get the voice actor to come back in. Like, remember that line you said? Well, we needed to be different.
We need you to fix this up. I bet the voice actor was like, haha, that's funny. When do I get paid?
I wonder if the voice actor picked up on it when they were recording it, but they're just like, whatever, you know, it's not my decision.
I could 100% just see them not caring. Just,
they're like, my job is to make it sound good. It doesn't matter what I say. I just want to make it sound good.
Well, not only that, but generally it is on the editor's fault because, so like the way that you usually do it, to my knowledge, from the minimal amount of like research, is like, I mean, yeah, like you're basically just recording, like right now, this could be a voice acting thing of just like, it's a pause, and then you read your line, and then there's a pause.
Yeah.
And so, like, if they don't edit out the whole, like, oh, man, like, you know, whatever, achoo, I sneezed, you know, haha, whoops, my bad. And they're like, we'll just use that anyway.
Well, also, I know that for some companies, depending on the project they're working on, that they don't record all of the lines from the same scene in the same setting.
Yeah. You'll just get like a list of just like, okay, we need you to read.
Just read all this, you know. And that I've seen that cause issues with some games because you'll have different tones of inflection and the same sentence because it's from different recording sessions.
Yeah.
And so there'll be like one sentence is like, oh, I need you to go there. And then like the next sentence is, please, Victor, it's the most utmost urgency.
It's like super concerned.
It's out of nowhere. And that happens sometimes because they don't really know what they're reading. They don't know the context.
Yeah, because there's like, generally game developers don't like to show voice actors, like, to my knowledge, like even for like Borderlands 3 for the YouTuber guy, I can't remember his name.
ProZD.
Yeah, I kept wanting to think like Pro something, and I was like, I got nothing. I think he even talked about it where like they wouldn't tell him anything, and so they just basically were like, hey, read these lines. They were just like, do your thing, like make good. And then only until they're like, yes, you are the one, like, do they go like, okay, here you go. But by then it's like, it's done. Like,
yeah. And then I know a lot of voice actors, unless they do like a lot of work, I don't think they're as much fazed by it. Like Laura Bailey, I know she.
Oh yeah, freaking Matt Mercer and
Matt Mercer, or like who's the guy that voices Joel in The Last of Us? Troy Baker.
Yeah, Troy Baker.
Yeah, so like they're all like huge names, so they probably are not as fazed by it. But like for people like ProZD, I know he mentioned like I can't play FLAC in Borderlands because I don't want to listen to myself speak all the time. It's awkward.
I feel like that has to be a problem for every major voice actor, unless you're doing it solely for the bit of like, guys, like, let's play Uncharted with freaking, you know, yeah.
I will say this though, like, I didn't know it was possible to have a crush on someone's voice alone until I heard Laura Bailey's voice. Because every time I hear her voice a character, I'm like, yeah, she's kind of cute. Like Serana, or like Rise from Persona 4, or like anyone else she voices, I'm like, she just has a nice voice. Like, I feel like if she's married, I don't know if she is, you know, her husband,
yeah,
you know, her husband at night's just like, just say something like spaghetti, you know, just let me hear the voice.
She's also married to a voice actor.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Yeah.
is it the D&D table? Matt, or is she married to someone at the?
I mean, yeah, Critical Role is just a.
She's part of Critical Role, isn't she?
And so it's like Travis Willingham is married to Laura Bailey. Matt Mercer is married to Marisha Ray, who is also a voice actor.
I keep forgetting that she's part of Critical Role because I associate her as like Serana from Skyrim because that's my first experience with her.
It is definitely a weird thought of just like a bunch of like micro, because obviously I'm sure they would say the same thing. Is just like, oh, I'm not a celebrity, but like for people who aren't a celebrity, it's like, dude, you're totally a celebrity. Like people know you, and
yeah.
Like that has to be kind of, it is kind of a weird thing to look at of just like, there's a bunch of celebrities just playing D&D at a table. Like,
now, I'll say this, like with voice actors, I don't know their faces as much as I do like celebrities. Like I couldn't begin to tell you what Laura Bailey even looks like, but I know what her voice sounds like.
I feel
now,
like
if I watched more Critical Role, because I don't watch it probably as much as you have, then I probably would.
I've definitely slowed down. You know.
I think I recognize what Matt Mercer looks like because I see him doing the DMing a lot.
Also, he just looks, you know, he looks like how you think he would look.
Well, now
honestly, they all kind of do.
All I can think of is Minx. Whenever I hear his voice now.
Well, he doesn't have an accent.
I think if I were to picture how Laura Bailey looks, I would picture her as a brunette with like shoulder length, like wavy brown hair.
I mean, I would like to say that, yeah, that's 100% what Laura Bailey looks like. I think it's a little longer than shoulder length.
The only reason why I think that is because I just think of Serana. So I'm like, or I think of Rise, because Rise has longer hair than like shoulder length, but she's also got brown hair. So I'm like, okay, she plays brunettes. Maybe she's a brunette.
I'd like to think there's a lot of other details you would probably like pick out if you were trying, like if this was like a criminal thing of like, okay, we need you to describe.
I imagine hers being thin. She's got like soft face features, probably doesn't wear heavy makeup. You know, like, I don't know. That's like the most I can probably describe from a person that I don't know what they look like, but just from hearing their voice. But like, even like for me, I do call center work on like, you know, Sundays and Mondays. And when I hear someone over the phone, sometimes I can just tell what they look like. Like if I have a lady get on the phone, she's like, "Excuse me, I've been at this game for 2 hours." Wait, I'm like, okay, I already know what you look like.
Right now, you look like an ass.
I mean, yeah, but you know, then you have people like me, where like my voice, I think, is very unique, and I don't think necessarily that my appearance matches my voice, because most people think that I'm just Steve-O.
True.
Or
I mean, you know, Steve-O and you could look very similar depending on certain days.
We both don't have much hair.
Yeah.
I have to be a little thinner.
And Steve-O's gone through times where he like, yeah, like he shaved his head, and I feel like weight is always a fluctuation because like You know, unless you're gaining like hundreds or losing hundreds of pounds, where it's just like.
No, the weight makes me laugh because it reminds me of like you ever like have like things that like people have said that just stick in your head like years later.
Hey, Mark Wahlberg. Welcome.
Mark Wahlberg. But I was playing Left 4 Dead 2 like years and years and years ago, like probably a decade going on now. And I remember this guy just saying, like, "You're fat, aren't you? I can just hear the fat in your throat."
I remember you saying this.
And like, it really hurt my feelings back then.
But well, I mean, I feel like it would hurt anybody's feelings. Like, you sound freaking like a tub of lard.
I was like, I didn't know it was possible to sound fat.
I feel like the only way that you can sound fat is in like the most stereotypical way of like Fat Albert or something, where it's just like,
or you're being like Francis from like Boogie 298.
Yeah, where you're just like you're doing everything in your power to sound just like a melting body or something, you know,
a body that's falling in on itself.
Yeah, like. As a joke, but I feel like a normal person who's like, yeah, like I'm, you know, I'm overweight, you know, it's like you don't sound like, I feel like your voice or body doesn't do that.
Makes me think of this Jubilee video where they were doing blind dating, and there was like this Asian guy got paired up with this like really hefty girl, and
I think
like, yeah, and then they were like describing like the kind of people they usually date. He was like, "I don't really like big girls." And it was like the most awkward thing ever.
You just hear like a buzzer like pass. As a skinny guy, I can hear it in people's B's and H's if they are bad smokers or bigger.
See, that makes me curious because I smoke a pack of cigarettes a day, so I'm wondering if my voice picks up as like, yeah, he's a smoker. But I've also like sounded like this.
You've always sounded like that, yeah.
Even before I smoked.
Because I would argue, if I never heard you a day in my life and you started talking, much like Steve-O, like if anyone comes up to you and they're like, "Hey man, this is how I talk," like I'd be like, okay, this guy probably smokes, like, right? Like,
yeah, and I do smoke a pack a day, which I probably should cut down, you know, but that has no effect on my voice. It's always sounded like this. The way he said "day," yeah, I told you he's a smoker.
It's a long day.
Day.
You got too much. You got too much air, or you know, it's a very breathy day.
Hey.
Now we're gonna spend the next 30 minutes. Dutch, I got TB.
That's a good one. Arthur Morgan's when he's got that tuberculosis, he sounds like a smoker.
I got TB, Dutch. It's all over.
TB.
Say it, don't spray it. Putting on that voice though is a killer though. Like yeah, it's like talking like out of breath. Like it's like
that's kudos to the voice actor because he probably had to think like, how can I make this character sound like they have tuberculosis?
Oh yeah,
I think he nailed it, you know.
Plus, I'd like to say that that's not how his character always sounded in the game. Like when he is just talking, it's just like a rough, you know.
He's a rough and tough cowboy at first.
But man, when those moments were in the game,
I feel like the game's been out long enough that we're not spoiling anything. But
if I'm spoiling it for you,
apologies.
It's too late. So,
but now that I've played Red Dead Redemption twice and only twice because it's such a long game, but I replayed it because I wanted to like see the details they did with like showing you that he's got tuberculosis before it's like announced. And like when I was first playing the game, I could tell something was up, but it wasn't like as early as I was noticing like on my second playthrough. it was just kind of probably like a couple missions before where I'm like, man, he's coughing a lot. But I didn't think he had tuberculosis. I was just like, huh, weird. You know,
I
but I
feel
noticed it.
Now that you mention it, I feel like I never noticed it. I think it completely glazed over me.
I could tell he was sick, but I thought it was just like it was going to be like a mission or something where he's like, oh,
go to the doctor.
Go to the doctor or something. I didn't think it was going to be a major plot point. But then, like, as of my second playthrough, I would like be listening on like every mission, like waiting to hear like when he starts coughing, and like it's a very gradual thing. They do a very good job with it.
I obviously remember him coughing after when they tell you, but I think
but for you, when you fell off that horse when you got diagnosed, that was a complete shocker.
That was 100% like, what the heck, like what's going on?
Yeah, for me at that point, I could tell that he was already sick, but I didn't think he was that sick.
It was almost the same thing. Like I don't even think I caught on like who made him sick. Like ironically, like
I didn't catch on to that at all until it was like announced. Like I can't remember if it even was announced in the game. I think he never found out.
I think it was eventually announced because I think he writes a diary about it on how he's just like, he got me in the end. Like I was beating up on a sick man. I dodged bullets. I fought. And it's a dying man that got me, basically.
Okay, so yeah, I remember just seeing like all these like YouTube videos where they're like, "This is the exact moment that Arthur Morgan got,"
and this is the time that he fucked up.
And then it's like I get to that mission on my second playthrough of the game, and of course, like everyone, I'm like, I'm just not going to do that mission. But then the story doesn't advance.
Yeah,
so
that's the whole point. I mean, I'll say it again, like, it's great that they put so much detail into that game, but they could have took out a lot of stuff that people just don't catch. Like, it's great.
Yeah, like they do like the stuff that like
the snow, the horses,
if you've been running on your horse for too long, like their testicles are like sweating or something.
The biggest thing that I think I remember hearing was like, I think it was my brother or somebody who was watching it or like played it, and then he like, we talked about it, and he was like, I could literally see the horse's leg muscles contract. Like, because when you're running the horse, like, it's obviously, the muscles are moving, and you can see it through, on the horse, and it's like, who in their right mind? Like,
I love that detail because you're riding your horse a lot in the game, so you see it a lot.
It's fantastic detail, but like, it's so minor. But it's also so noticeable when you do see, I imagine it is kind of the same thing as like the sick, like, oh, he's coughing. Like, that took somebody so much time to do.
I think the details, like if you kill an animal, the carcass will actively decay, like over the course of like 2 weeks in game.
Like a week or two.
Like who's gonna do this? Go back out to that same spot and be like, let's see how much more dead it got.
It's just an insane thing of like, because again, this was one of the games that you first heard that are like, yo, Rockstar is working overtime. Like, these people are not going home because they're
Makes you wonder how GTA 6 is gonna be.
There's some guy with a gun behind every employee that's like, work. Like, that's how GTA 6 is gonna be.
Please, I haven't seen my wife and kid in 3 weeks.
They're like, we can go longer. Come on. Come on. We don't pay you the small bucks. You're getting paid minimum wage.
Do you want to be a rock star?
Yeah.
Well, you better get moving.
People would kill to be in your position. As he cocks the gun.
I'll tell you what, the last game that I pre-ordered was Baldur's Gate 3. The one before that was probably like
I think for me it was Cyberpunk before Baldur's Gate.
I did not pre-order Cyberpunk.
I pre-ordered Cyberpunk.
But
and I stay and do it, by God.
I think the one before that I pre-ordered was like Detroit Become Human. I pre-ordered that one.
Oh,
but when GTA 6 gets released, that's gonna be a pre-order for me. I mean, that game I'm pretty hyped for after Red Dead 2.
I don't think I've ever pre-ordered a GTA.
Neither have I. I've never even played GTA 5, but I really want to play GTA 6 after seeing Red Dead 2. And at this point, I don't want to play GTA 5 because, like, I just feel like I can just skip it now. I don't know why. But
I feel like you can skip every obviously that sounds mean. Like, you can skip every GTA, but like they're all very individual. The whole story.
I've seen so much like content creators playing it that I've already pieced together.
Oh yeah,
the entire story just from watching it. And people are like, "Well, you got to experience it."
I mean, it's a fun game, but like, I think my only problem with GTAs is that like, you can kind of guess where a lot of the content comes from, and that is, it's kind of like it's like Skyrim in its own way, where it's like, people don't play it for the story, they play it because they want to do the goofy, like, okay, I'm gonna pick up a hooker and freaking dump her off the river by diving out of my car at the last, they like to do all the weird, like, explorative stuff. But who knows, maybe this one will be, completely different and have like an actual, like, oh my god, like, this is the Red Dead Redemption of GTA,
Yeah, I feel like everyone plays those games similar, where it's like you play like 2 or 3 story missions and then you go and goof off for like 2 hours.
You play it like a psychopath and then you're like, yeah.
And then you're like, oh, I better keep working on this story so I can get more guns and stuff. And then you go goof off again. I mean, like, my sister, she put probably like 40 hours into like Red Dead 2. And she didn't get past once she got out of the snowy mountains and like into the area,
when you can actually kind of like wander.
Yeah, when she could actually wander, she didn't do like a single story mission for like 40 hours. All she did was hunting. She was like, "This is a great hunting game."
They're like, what the
Yeah, instead of buying that hunting game that I never even played. I know you played it on stream.
Yeah, I played a little bit.
I forget what it's called.
Call of the Wild.
Call of the Wild or something like that. I'm trying to look for it on my Steam list here.
It's not a bad hunting game. But
yeah, my point, instead of buying that, she's like, I'm just going to play Red Dead 2.
I want to buy Red Dead Redemption. But it's so much well-made, so much better. Which, honestly, with the fact that I still remember I domed a deer in that game and it didn't die, probably not wrong. It probably is a better.
Well, yeah, I know for my sister, she was she was entranced by the fact that like the arrows had like dynamics that like followed like wind and stuff.
Yeah, like the actual wobble, like the arrows do when you shoot them.
Yeah, and like she was like trying to like nail like the perfect arrow shots, and then like she'd always like everyone on Red Dead 2, I think I had the same issue where it says you have to get a pristine coat.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I got the most perfect kill that you could possibly get, and it's not a pristine. I just don't understand why. And from what I was reading online, it was something like if you like have your horse run over it by mistake, or like if it like rolls down a hill, it's not pristine.
Well, there's also
it has to drop dead on the flat grass, and you just
well, yeah, and like some animals just don't have pristine coats.
They're just ratty, dirty animals.
Yeah, like you have to find a pristine, and that's why you need to use like the binoculars or the you got to use something. You got to use like the eyeglass.
You have to use hunting bait for a few of them too, I think.
Yeah. But like
and that's what really turns it into a hunting game.
I know that was a huge thing where you needed like the binoculars or something that basically let you zoom in, and then it'll tell you that animal, like what pelt it has. So like you can find ones that just don't have like, oh, that's just like a normal or whatever.
I'll tell you, on my PS4, I have a 100% completed file of Red Dead 2. Every mission completed, every challenge completed, and when I finished that, I had a moment of clarity where I was like, "What do I do now?"
That's how I felt with.
I put so much time into that game.
that is 100% the sensation I felt for the Witcher, the Witcher 3. The only good part was that there was DLC, so I was able to kind of come back, but it was just it made it all the more worse when I was like, oh, I did it again. Like I beat the DLC and now I'm back to where I was. Like
yeah, that's how I felt the first time I completed the Mass Effect trilogy. Cyberpunk didn't really give me that feeling. I don't think it was long enough to really give that like emptiness to
I
me.
think Cyberpunk, the thing that hits me with every ending was
how depressing
it was. It was the cinematic ending for freaking Phantom Liberty, which I don't know if I should spoil. I can.
It's been out for a while now.
But the fact that you just end up as a normal man, and it was just like, that's it. That's V. Like you have your life back, but you're just a nobody, and everybody left you, and you're alone, and it's like, what the heck?
I can actually appreciate what they did with the endings in that game. I think it took a lot of balls.
Oh yeah,
because like there is not a single ending that is definitively happy. There's endings that are happier than others, but it's like when you're placed in that situation where you have an unknown artifact in your head that's slowly killing your brain, it's like, how are you supposed to come out of that with a happy, like, you know?
Well, I mean, like even if you take in Phantom Liberty, you know.
Yeah, V being a loser, nobody that's getting beaten up by random people that they would have killed easily months ago. You know, it's like the best you can hope for in that situation.
Bam, yeah. And nope, now you're just a chump. You're just a normie like the rest of us.
Yeah, I mean, like it almost feels like you're selling your soul away, since that's like V's identity.
I mean,
It's like, is it better to go out fighting? I think for me, my favorite ending has always been when Johnny takes over V's body. I think it's probably one of the more sadder endings, but it just feels the most like cinematic to me, where it's just like, yep, this was bound to happen. Johnny didn't want it to happen, but he's going to make the best of it.
It's definitely rough to pick.
Maybe he'll change his life around to be a better person.
I think that is the one good thing about even when I pre-ordered Cyberpunk, because I played the endings when it wasn't fixed, is that like all the endings, it's so hard to pick which ones. Like, oh, like this is, you know, they all feel so cinematic and like in their own way of just like, man, you could just gush over it, of just like, it tells a story. I mean, even the Phantom Liberty one, like it goes to the very core of the game of like, is it better to, you know, do you live your life or do you fade away, you know?
I do think they did an exceptional job with incorporating Phantom Liberty into the main story.
Oh yeah.
Like if I didn't know it was DLC, I would have thought it was part of the base game, because it fits so well into it.
It's definitely like, I mean, again, like it had a rough patch. Everybody can say that. But man, did it like, I think it just kind of goes to show that it's like, if they did things at their pace, and if they weren't forced to put things on the older console, like I think it could have came out perfect, you know, obviously magnificent. So I'm really hoping that the sequel.
I'm definitely going to pre-order the sequel. I mean, like, people will be like, I'm not going to pre-order it. You saw how it was.
The first one did so poorly, and it's like, yeah, but they made, you know, they've done so much.
It did poorly within like the first like 3 months, but now I'd say it's like one of the best RPGs you could ever play.
It's a must.
I mean, I don't buy it. I don't like to encourage the trend of like release now and fix later, but I also think that that's not the philosophy that why can't I think of their name right
now? CD Projekt Red.
CD Projekt Red, yeah. I don't think that's the philosophy they live by. I think that was just truly a mistake on their part, that they were just listening to the masses that are like, you need to release it now.
To my understanding, it was because of like shareholders, where they were like,
yeah, they're always the problem.
They were like, yo, you got to do this now. And they were like, but it's not ready. And they were like, doesn't matter, do it now. Which of course, like, No Man's Sky was the same way, where it's like the Sony strong-armed them. And then I know we mentioned, I think before you hopped on Discord, I mentioned how some game controversy was like Helldivers 2. It's like, you know, all these companies, they're bombing, and it's because, you know, stockholders and shareholders are like, well, you got to do it our way because money. And they're like, okay.
I think one of the things that kind of upsets me about Cyberpunk is that I was hoping it would get more content, like with like DLC.
True.
I mean,
yeah,
because like Phantom Liberty was a very substantial expansion, but like I feel like there's just so much you could do with that.
There's so much you want. Yeah,
I guess that's why they're doing a sequel. But it's just like I could just think of so many, like expanding upon like Judy's backstory, like maybe doing like a prequel of like what V's life was like during, like have an extended portion of the opening scenes as a nomad or as a street kid or whatever.
I think
just so much, like I guess after watching Cyberpunk Edgerunners,
yeah,
I just wanted to have like more.
I think that's the thing, and I've done this with indie games a lot, where like you play a good indie game that like clearly is underdeveloped, you know, it's only got a small team, and you play it and you're like, man, like this is such a good idea of a game, and it ends in like 2 hours, and you're like, I just, you know, it'd be so much greater if it was just a little bit more. I guess I would rather be left wanting more than being like, my God, like I freaking.
Yeah, I think that's a sign of a great game if you leave it like, man, I wish I had more.
Yeah.
Versus being like, thank God that's over.
I'm glad this is done. And then you put down the controller and never touch it again.
I've also had the opposite experience where I've played great games that are extremely long, and I'm sad for it to be over, but I'm also glad.
Oh yeah,
and I think
Red Dead Redemption 3
was that way for me, because that Baldur's Gate 3, each playthrough I do is like 130 hours. There's so much to do in that game, and every time I finish it, I'm like, there is quests that I did not do, and I don't care.
Yeah,
like, I'm ready
to go again.
I'm ready to end this one and start the next one, and I feel that way with like the Persona games. I know you haven't played any of those, but that's the same experience. It's like 120 hours for each one of those Persona games.
Oh yeah, that's exactly why I am.
Well, they're worth it. I mean,
yeah,
it's.
I think it's the same thing with you with The Witcher 3. Like, it's just
I still haven't gotten into Witcher 3 yet because it intimidates me.
It's such a heavy game, and like it'll take you through that same wild ride where if you get invested and you enjoy the game, like you're gonna beat it and you're gonna be like, what? It's over? Like, what do I do now? You know, like it's just that.
Once those credits roll, you start tearing up.
Yeah, like you're just like, it's over, like it's done, and like
no more stories with Yennefer or Triss.
The only good part about it is the DLC, because you can go like, okay, round 2, but then it hurts even worse because you're like, oh, now it's even dunner. Like,
well, yeah, because when you're playing the DLC, you know you're living on borrowed time.
Yeah, like
you're like, it's almost over.
I've got like 3 hours left.
It reminds me of when I did one experience with the Dragon Age trilogy where I decided I was going to play it from the beginning of Origins all the way to the end of Inquisition, and I wasn't going to play any other games.
That's a kicker.
And I finished that, and I was like, wow. I was like, what do I do now? I've done that with the Mass Effect trilogy multiple times, but those are quicker games. You can go through each Mass Effect game if you know what you're doing in about 40 hours. Mass Effect 3 is a little longer. It's probably about 60 hours. But like the Dragon Age games, I think like each one took me like, well, Dragon Age 2 was short.
True, yeah.
But Origins was like 80 hours, I think. Dragon Age 2 is like 40, and Inquisition was like 100. Because like there's just a lot more. I feel like Inquisition has a lot more walking to do since it's such an open world kind of battle.
Yeah, I was about to say like, because like I tried to do something very similar, and it started to wear on me and I don't think it helped with the fact that I think 2 is just not good.
So my problem with 2 is it's the opposite of Mass Effect Andromeda, where Andromeda's got great gameplay, horrible characters, horrible story. I think 2's got a great story and great characters, but the gameplay is awful.
I don't think it helps either with the fact that like Origin starts off with such like a customizable experience, and then 2 is like you're Hawk.
You're human.
Yeah, human Hawk. That's you.
You want to be male or female?
Yeah, and you're like, oh. So you got this really cool story, but you're just like, man, I don't feel very invested.
Your class almost feels like it's selected too, because they give you the option to be a warrior or a rogue.
Yeah.
But the entire story is focused around mages. So if you're not playing as a mage Hawk, it feels like you're missing on something.
Oh yeah. Well, I felt that way with every single game. And I think it's something that I've noticed with Dragon Age is that, like, if you're not playing a mage, like, you're not playing Dragon Age. Because it's such a heavy part of the game. Like, the fade, magic, the politicalness of magic.
I'd say less in the first game.
True,
that was definitely a lot more focused on Darkspawn, or is that what they're called?
Yeah, Darkspawn, yeah.
I don't know why I was thinking that was wrong.
The Blight.
Blight Spawn is what I was thinking.
I mean, it feels like
sounds pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, the first game really, I felt like that was definitely the most open. Like, it felt just as natural to me to play as a dwarf warrior as it did as an elven mage. But like, yeah, definitely with Inquisition, it kind of follows that trend, because like even with like Solus being such a heavy part of that game,
yeah,
the elven gods themselves are like pretty big. As Sarah hates the elven gods, and there's like a whole temple with like the elven gods. It feels like you're intended to play as an elf. And not even just that, but like you said, like an elf mage almost.
Playing like a female elf mage is honestly like you're just
the most iconic.
You are playing like canon.
Yes, I agree. Because I think their intention is that you're an elven mage that romance Solus.
Yeah,
I feel like that's like what the fourth game.
It's such an iconic finish in Trespasser too. Like just the fact.
That and I think like if you didn't know that ending was coming.
Oh yeah, Solus, it would blast you. Like it would take.
I got it spoiled. I unfortunately didn't get that experience.
I guess I kind of had it spoiled because I never played a female elf mage. I played a male human mage.
That was my first playthrough. My first playthrough was a male human mage that romanced Cassandra.
That's exactly what I did. Yeah.
Wow, we got good taste.
To be fair, I feel like your options in Inquisition are like pretty limited.
Well, so the dwarves just look straight up ugly. And not to mention, if you play as a dwarf, you can't even be a mage.
True.
And the Qunari are badass, but it just didn't feel like the Inquisitor should be a Qunari. It feels like that's obviously the red herring.
The thing that I didn't like about the Qunari was the backstory, because you're just a
Tal-Vashoth.
Yeah, you're just a Tal-Vashoth. And so it's just like, oh, so I'm not even like a Kunari technically, because the Kunari is like the way of life, not the people, apparently, according to Kunari. Yeah.
I hope that Inquisition, or not Inquisition, Dragon Age 4, Dreadwolf, I guess they call it. I'm hoping that they keep up with the like large selection of races.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't mind if they even added in a 5th race. Like, let's bring this more like, let's get this higher. You know, I'm not sure what they would do because there's no other races that are in the universe.
I think that would be the problem. Is that
it feels like they shoehorned them in.
They're a little cornered.
I was kind of thinking they could maybe do like a halfling because that's not too far away from dwarf, but they don't have any halflings in the universe, so.
They would have to do basically what they did with, well, no, because yeah, in Origin there was a Kunari, so yeah, like they've, unless they literally,
he was a single Kunari by himself. It was very underdeveloped. You didn't see any other Kunari in the entire game.
No, but the fact that they were at least mentioned and like shown of like, this is a Kunari, he's a big human, and then the sequel they definitely were like, whoa, like. What the heck is this? And they're like, it's a Kunari.
The sequel probably had the most focus on Kunari because like the entire second act was about Kunari.
So like for them to be like, oh, there's actually a race of people called the Zipzorps and they look like this, and it's just like, what? They were never mentioned ever.
I feel like they would have to be very like elven or human-like, which is why I think the halfling maybe could work if they were somehow able to explain it like they're an extinct race. But even then, it's like
it just feels so like like
you would expect to find like records of them in the older games or something like the Protheans in Mass Effect.
You would want to hear literally some lore of them, and the fact that it would just be like, oh, they're just in this game, and it's just like, what?
They might let you play as an old elven person because I think they kind of separate them as like different races.
True. I mean, yeah, they could always be like, you're a freaking like you're a geriatric elf.
Back on my end streak.
True, we're pushing 9 o'clock, and
this is a very late stream, and I think you were saying like this is going to be 15 minutes of talking.
I was expecting us to be like, I was expecting this like podcast thing that we did to be like, what the heck do we talk about? I don't know, like, and then I just end the stream like an hour early. But yeah, we came up with a bunch of, to be fair, we also like rambled. I feel like we've been talking about so many weird different topics that like, you know,
we ramble a lot when we talk.
It's easy to do,
at least.
Did you guys not play anything? I played 2 horror games, and that ended at around an hour and a half in the stream, and then we talked for we did like a podcast thing, because honestly I was just feeling kind of like, it was a chill day. Now tomorrow we're doing content warning. Yeah, I mean, it's hump day, right? Am I right, fellas? High five. But tomorrow, we're doing content warning, unless something happens with our schedules and we can't. So if you're looking forward to that, it's 5 p.m. Eastern time if you can make it. But admittedly, yes, we will probably be wrapping up here soon, because personally, I have to use the bathroom here in a minute. So I'm definitely feeling the urge of like, I gotta use the restroom, and we've already been going like an hour over. So
yeah, we can just wrap it up right here.
So yes, your end stream streak is a mouthful to say, is still going strong. How did I get the last leg of the extended stream? That's true. To be fair, that feels like it's more like on you than on me. But it was a pleasure as always. And again, even being at the end, it's always a pleasure to hear and see from everyone. The VODs are always available. I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully with some content warning. So thanks for stopping by. Yeah.